Welcome, everybody, for another night of VCS action. My name is Carix. With me are the ever magnanimous Clockwork and Yulway, and we have a banger lined up for you tonight. I'm going to go directly to the returning Italian stallion. Clockwork, it's been too long. Are you pumped for tonight?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I haven't followed a lot of League this summer. I was around and about, but then someone told me, "Hey, Team Secret is in the upper bracket finals," and I was like, "Hold on, I need to be there and see them." So here I am.
The pancake ready. That's all I want to ask.
Not yet. We're cooking it today.
Please don't. No one wants to see that.
Oh, that pancake. Truly a moment of infamy in VCS English. We don't need to go back to that one. But they are up against very, very tough opponents in GAM, the sort of eternal kings of the VCS. And very importantly, the winner tonight is going to Worlds. So there's huge stakes. VCS, of course, do get the 2 slots at Worlds. The new format does change things, but 2 teams still go. That's what matters. The winner tonight is in the final, and therefore they will be at Worlds. And you know these teams deeply care about that. Team Secret in particular, this would be their first time at a League of Legends Worlds. The org is obviously famous from Dota, big success over there, but they've never done it in League, and this could be their first time. Yulway, do you give them much of a chance?
Well, not really. It's a bit tricky to say, as that's actually an underlying theme of these players that makes them a little bit harder to predict, but also more interesting to watch. Maybe it's also because we didn't actually cover the summer split, so we're not as familiar with the teams we should be. But Team Secret, after 3 owing Team Wales, they do have a lot of momentum, but then again, it's GAM on the other side, and Wales played really badly last week. So I'd say, after watching all their games and looking at stats and so on, I think Team Secret has a big uphill battle today, and I don't think they will succeed. But maybe in the finals, maybe they can come back.
Clockwork, Sunday Secret is being doubted.
Oh, totally.
I can't believe it.
Like you, my dear friends, Carix and Yulway, of course, have bad experiences with pancakes, but we have new chefs. We have new chefs in Xiang and Hero in the mid lane, which seems to be a way better mix than whatever happened to Artifact and the crew last year. So, yes, their opponent is GAM, which is historically and still the best team in the league, with new acquisitions even on their side. But there's a good angle for them to pull out some upsets. And I don't know. I think Team Secret will give us 5 full fun games.
Big
5
call,
games.
going to 5. I mean, I'd be down for it. That would be incredibly fun. We have talked a bit about Team Secret. Before we go into too much sort of analysis, I do want to talk about sort of the narratives around GAM. It's interesting because you have this interesting narrative that is really interesting on like an interpersonal level, but might just make the league less interesting because GAM had one hole. They had one chink in their armor, and I don't really think Xin was a top tier support. He was fine, but I don't think he was incredible. And then the chicken gets cooked, and they get Palette. Yulway, is that patch fully sealed up now?
I mean, it looks like it, right? The team went from second place, kind of struggling to keep up with Wales, who were 8-0 to start it out and looked like the best team in the VCS, to just overtaking them and just looking like the kings again. So all they needed, I should say, was this support play. And of course, Palat Agam, they have a pretty interesting, pretty twisted history, if you want to say that. Going back and forth between GAM and Flash and so on. And now he's back there. I'm happy for Palat, personally. I'm a little bit sad for Xin. While I agree with you that he was definitely not top tier support, right? Everyone could see that he was struggling quite a bit individually. I also feel like the VCS overall, all the VCS teams have done him a bit dirty. He's still a VCS level support, and while he might not be a GAM and championship level support, he's better than Elio. He should get a spot in the VCS. So I feel like I'm a bit sad for Zin. I have a little bit of a personal connection to him because I saw him at Worlds 2019 and I heard him scream, even though I was sitting like 40, 50 meters away on the back side of the arena, and I could hear him scream from the front of the Verti Music Hall. So it's he's very dear to my heart, but yeah, maybe he can find a team for the next year. I feel like for GAM and the team, and especially for Slader, who has synergy with Palette, obviously, from their championship runs, yeah, this is a really good change, and you can't fault GAM for going for Palette when he's available.
Well, let's move into sort of the matchup itself. Clockwork, you are our resident Team Secret fan. Me and Yulwei, I think we agree that this is a pretty heavily GAM-favored series. You think it's going to go to 5, though, and in a 5-game series, anyone can win. How are Team Secret going to get us there? What is the sort of where do you think they're going to match up well against GAM?
So what caught my eye is that one of the main pillars historically of Secret was Artifact, as I mentioned before. And now he got suddenly phased out in favor of Hero. And that, I have been told, was to improve Chiang's gameplay. Okay, he's a very aggressive jungler. He has, I think, the most solo kills in the league, which is impressive for a rookie. So I want to see him be very active in the early game and try and disrupt Levi's usual. Well, we know very well how Levi plays. He takes advantage of the solo lanes and then invades all the time. If Chiang manages to punish that pattern, then we might have finally a crack in GAM's strategy. So this is what I want to see. I want to see Chiang shine and be the chef that cooks a recipe to beat GAM and make it to Worlds for the first time.
By the way, from what we've been told, his name is pronounced with a K, as far as I know. So it's like Young. Yeah.
I assume
maybe I'm wrong. Please correct me in chat, but that's what we've been told before. So I think it's not or like a
clear.
We look. we are a bunch of Europeans and Australians casting an Asian league. We do our best. We promise. We do our best.
I see stage. We might be going into draft. Let's transition over to that. I think we are going to see the draft very soon. But yeah, please continue.
Well, while we do wait for that draft, I wanted to touch on it. Sort of what we're expecting. I want to get the GAM perspective here. What champions do you think are going to be really high priority? And look, let's be real. Let's talk about Levi a little bit. Where do you want to see him playing?
You're asking the hard questions. Yeah?
I am.
Clockwork, do you want to go?
Yes.
Okay. So sure. Go ahead.
Can you, producer? Can you switch to my camera for one moment? Before the draft begins.
I don't think so. Sorry.
Important request. As you have seen,
just go to the 3-camera screen.
I have a banana. I have a banana shirt. Can you see? Yeah, right. There's a reason because of that. Because in Vietnam, and especially in Levi's hands, we still have the monkey. We still have the Wukong. What works, don't fix it if it works. And so this is a pick that I expect will warp the series massively. Of course, GAM will try to play comfort, and Secret need to address that. So this is a monkey-centered series, I will expect. And yeah, this is what I want to keep my eyes on.
Sure. Why did I invite
back
him
to draft,
on
my...
my...
Thank you to the VCS for
That's
waiting.
what we get from Clockwork.
Well, I mean, the point stands, right? It's a very strange meta read that GAM has. Maybe they have no meta read at all. Maybe they just play whatever they like, because the champions they play are pretty different from the other teams. If you look at their series, especially in round number 2, I believe, against Saigon Buffalo, they focused so hard on some of the comps that gave them success like a year ago. As Clock just pointed out, they played 2 Wukong games, kind of out of the meta everywhere else. Even on the other VCS teams, they don't really like to play the Wukong anymore. Levi loves this champion. He has an insane win rate. So yeah, I guess if it works, just keep going with it. And then also the On. 2 games on On. On is not in that great a place. I mean, he is playable in some matchups, but it's not a super on-heavy meta right now across the globe, and VCS is usually the last league to go to the on. But Kiaya just won 2 on games, 1 Malphite game. The best top laner in the league, the best laning top laner in the league, just played tanks. So very strange read on the meta, very Slader focused, I'd say. And maybe this is something they took away from 2020 Flash, where Slader and Palette on one team, a lot of team fighting. Yoshino on the tanks in the top lane. Well, maybe Kiaya is just trying to channel his inner Yoshino, and they're just going for the team fight. So, very interesting read from GAM, and not very old school GAM-like. But I mean, we've transitioned out of the aggressive GAM phase. They are fully a modern team fighting team.
That's true. I think something that's interesting to keep in mind is there is a bit of a different perception around Kiaya, from what I can gather, between sort of our community and us and the Vietnamese community. I don't think Kiaya, I don't have the best perspective, but from what I understand, like, Kiaya is a great top laner. Everyone recognizes that, but he's not exactly like a star. You know what I mean? He's not in terms of his like gameplay, in terms of his personality. You know what I mean? Like, these guys that like get a lot of attention, like really big themselves up, not in a bad way. It's not really what he is, but Slater is. Slater is like the guy. Slater's him. If you have a team that has Slater, sorry,
bit of a diva, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've heard, like, perhaps he is a bit of a diva, but you have Slater on a team, and at the other end is Kiaya, and then the coach sits down and goes, "All right, what lane do we want to play around?" It's going to be Slater being like, "You're playing around me," and then I think Kiaya is just the kind of guy that's like, "All right, I'll play on, whatever, as long as we win." And they do win, so why?
And
why change
this
it?
is also exemplified by a couple picks that Slater plays. For example, like the Draven, especially. This is like give me the steering wheel. I will get you to the Nexus. This is like, play around me, and I will deliver. I will just axe our opponents. Something happened. Oh, it's a dog.
It's
dog
just
issue.
his dog, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, keep talking.
Yeah. So
He stole
picks
some
like
cheese.
the Draven, and despite that, also he like being a diva does not prevent him from being what the team needs. For example, he also played a lot of Varus, which is a classic GAM tech that they used to put style on. For example, in tough matchups, Varus is their tech for the AD carry position, and Slater adapted to that. So we can see also a bit of evolution in his diva play. He also plays like a lot of Xayah, which is not exactly like a hyper carry, like a self-peeling cleanup pick. And
Kinda
he has
is
a lot
right
of
now,
boosted.
but
So yeah, there's he can fulfill both roles if GAM needs.
I mean, yeah, he has been molded in 2019, so he has to be a good Kai'Sa and Xayah player. So it's just the requirement. I think we might finally move into draft. I teased all of you with the stage, but I mean, what can I do? I can just see what they are giving us. So apparently there's some delay. Apologies. Still not in draft. We're looking at casters right now, so let's keep going. I'd say actually the ADC matchup today is very interesting because Eddie, in my opinion, and some have backed me up in this, has always been the best Xayah player in the league. And Xayah is insanely good right now. It's the #1 AD carry in the meta. And I think Eddie overall is a worse ADC than Slater, quite clearly, right? But his Xayah is better than Slater. So if they can focus the Xayah and really build around that composition, actually, the one game that GAM lost against Saigon Buffalo, game #1, was a very similar kind of draft with Xayah, Rakan, a lot of dive, a lot of early game aggression. Team Secret can emulate that and maybe break this scaling late game. We kind of just wait and don't do much in the early game thing that GAM has going for them right now. That might be the avenue to victory today for Team Secret. Because I don't think they should go scale for scale and just late game team fight. That's probably not the way to go today.
I want to add on Yulwei's point that if this series goes the distance, as I expect, it might be relevant to also take into account the respective champion pool sizes. And while Slater has a rather small champion pool, we know that Eddie also has interesting pocket picks such as Ezreal, such as Ziggs, might come in clutch if the series goes the length.
I am loath to have someone mention Ezreal and then imply that Slater can't play that. Your way, we are molded by Slater Ezreal. I think that was one of my first play-by-play pop-offs was when he was on that champion.
It's weird how little he has played it recently.
Yeah, he hasn't touched it in a long time.
He was insane in 2020. He carried that horrible tournament against PCS, where everyone was choking out of their minds and played super badly. It was only Slater that prevented the double PCS final, because his Ezreal carried that semifinal. He was insane.
I distinctly remember a 1v4 in the Baron pit that looked like, Chinese League TikTok kind of thing, 5 million elo Ezreal. Like, insane. Like, if he gets on if either of these players pick Ezreal, I think we're in for a real show. I agree with you that I think Xayah could be super important. I think the only issue you have there is Xayah is super bannable. We are into draft, though.
And we have blue side once again for Team Secret and red side for the 5th game in a row in playoffs now for GAM. So they really seem to... I mean, okay, Saigon Buffalo had side select in most of their games, obviously, because they lost, but GAM is favoring this red side so far. They've only played on red side in this playoffs, and yeah, they're giving up the Rel. We saw a lot of Rel first pick yesterday, so just the same as yesterday, but I'm so interested to see what GAM is prepared for today, because they are really the team that's breaking the meta. I expect Team Secret to play fully meta champs, then let's see what GAM brings to the table.
I want to point out the first bans from Team Secret. It's 3 junglers. They really want to mess up with Levi, and like B1 Rel pick, it means that they want to put Qiang on comfort. And yeah, so this is already gives us a track of what they're trying to do in this draft. GAM are answering with LeBlanc. LeBlanc, I don't know how strong still the static is, but we know that Kati...
On this patch it is.
Yeah, and we know Kati is a good LeBlanc player, and I trust him to pop off and do his own. Also, quite good potential to roam and go to side lanes and make the map bigger.
Actually, really don't like the first rotation from GAM, I have to say. Give up the Xayah. We already talked about Xayah priority and Eddie, how strong he is on this pick. Rakan to break up the Xayah Rakan, but it's not actually that prevalent of a combo right now. Obviously, it's strong, but both champions work fine on their own. And LeBlanc, while it's alright, if it falls behind, it's really useless right now. If you go for the AD build and you fall behind, you are lacking damage really badly, and especially into 2 tanks or 2 frontliners. I don't know, GAM is, this is spicy. GAM kind of needs to make something happen early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the LeBlanc is a little bit of a pick away. Hero had one of the best LeBlanc performances I've seen not too long ago on that one. But they get this Renekton. This has been incredibly strong recently. Huzmed has always been a good Renekton player. Eddie gets his Xayah, as you said. Zeri's the answer. I think Secret has won the first half of this draft.
I'm a bit perplexed by this blind Renekton without any top laner bans. It means that Kiaya now can counter big.
Renekton is insanely good. Just blind pick him.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing that Renekton fears right now is Rumble, and Rumble is banned already. So this is completely in tune for the meta right now, I'd say.
So what's in for Kiaya? What can he pick to face the Rumble?
It's just an on. I think
Aatrox.
It's just an on.
It's like
I think Aatrox is play. Aatrox is a pick.
There's a lot of Jax
and
Cassandra that he's played. Probably not wise to pick Jax into Renekton, otherwise his early game would be flattened. And there's more jungle bans coming in for Secret, so they really want to leave Levi naked.
That's
a race.
Very interesting.
They're digging
deep. They are
They
are just 5 banning Levi.
They are actually. Wow. Okay, I didn't spot that.
Call Spoots. This is an Elise angle. Call Spoots.
Oh no. Elise LeBlanc mid jungle. Please no. Please no.
Okay, so if we're talking,
but I don't think Karthus is super playable with this comp.
There's
too much magic damage.
Like Karthus. There's still Lee Sin. There's still we know the Kindred from Levi, so he still has options. He just needs to dig deeper. And instead we get a Sejuani.
This
Yeah.
Sejuani is not great here, because now you have to pick a melee top laner. Otherwise, Sejuani has no partners whatsoever. I mean, Rakan technically, but not really. You don't have any melee. You don't have a melee mid laner, so you really have to rely on the melee top laner to make anything happen. This Sejuani is actually a little bit of a we don't have anything else to play kind of pick. I think Ivan would have been the much better pick. Just a little bit more flexible. Yeah.
Oh,
I
multiple
don't.
Zeris again.
Two
as always.
The nightmare, double Zeri.
WTF, 2 series?
But no, it is going to be the Nautilus and the Azir to round things out. I really, really like Team Secret's draft, guys.
That's great. Yeah, they have a lot of options, and especially if we're talking about team fights, which are a key component of modern League of Legends, they literally have all the possible ingredients to make a death ball happen in the face of GAM.
So they
I do
had
not
to
like
pick
the
the
Jax.
Jax here. So yeah, they wanted to go on, but if they go on, the Sejuani is really out of place. So they kind of had to pick something to make Sejuani a bit better. So now they really have to play towards top lane, because, I mean, Jax into Renekton, it's not like 5 years ago where Jax just got completely clapped in lane. He's fine, mostly. He's gonna fall behind a bit, but he's mostly fine in this matchup now. The thing is, though, if they don't make anything happen with the Sejuani Jax, teamfighting setup looks really scattered on their side. It's Jax and then Zeri, LeBlanc behind. What do they want to do together? And no one follows up on the Sejuani. It's not an easy comp to play in game number 1.
Yeah, it feels to me like they need to play away from team fights, sort of go towards the side lanes, go towards objective pressure, which, to be fair, GAM is very good at. They typically have extremely good vision control for the VCS. I think it's so interesting that they sort of just threw down the gauntlet. Team Secret did, and just 5-banned Levi and just said, like, we're just going to challenge a champion pool. Because who the hell does that? Who challenges Levi's champion pool? But it's kind of worked out.
Yep, this is like their game 1 strategy. Let's see if Kiang now can turn this strategy into something that works and wins a game. I think they will. If you ask my prediction, it's Secret that takes game 1. However, of course, they need to measure themselves against the current champions. So draft is only one step.
It is. So I am going to go to the predictions. Your way, you need to give yours.
I think it's still gonna be GAM, because Gaia good.
Yeah, Kiaya is pretty good. Kiaya
He
is
just
pretty
dropped
good.
the Kiaya good and mic drop.
Need to go.
All right, well, we will be saying goodbye to Clockwork for now. We are heading on to the Rift. Myself and Your Way will be staying with you. We can get the Italian out of here. Give him a rest as we head on in. And Your Way, we've got an interesting one in front of us. I'm excited for it.
I really like this draft from Secret. I like the strategy. I really love when underdog teams do something unconventional in game number 1. And their draft, if you just look isolated on at their composition, it's not as crazy as Saigon Buffalo yesterday, right? Yesterday, Saigon Buffalo tried the Talia bot lane. Maybe that was a bridge too far, but Team Secret built a meta comp while still attacking something on GAM's side. It's so interesting, and I love these kinds of adaptations, because why would you just try to go standard? Like, just throw something out there if it works. Now, in the next game, Levi is going to be under so much pressure if Team Secret say, ha, we just banned 5 junglers and now you can't play. So there's a lot of pressure on the champion, on the best player of all time of the VCS.
Yeah, 100% there is. We do have some scrapping in the top side. Counter-Strike's a good ability, though. This is the man on your screen is who I sort of have my eye on, is Hero. He is this top lane player that's made the transition to mid. He's had a couple of very good performances that I alluded to his LeBlanc earlier that was just an absolutely lights out performance. But I think he's still adjusting to that mid lane pool as Eddie in some trouble. He's just going to take some damage and back off. Ooh, Hero, as I was alluding to, still getting used to the mid lane.
Yeah, so I have a lot of reservations for VCS Azir. I hate it almost every time I see it, because VCS Azir players just can't hold back. They always want to go for the shuffle. We literally had Azir yesterday just throw the game multiple times for his team because he just couldn't stand back and auto-attack. And it's one of the strongest late-game DPS champions in the game, but Azir players in Vietnam always just go for the faker, just go for the shuffle, and I hate to see it. So let's see if Hero has better understanding of the champion, because ultimately, you really don't have to go for the aggressive play if you have an Azir Zarya composition. Just stand back, overwhelm the enemy team with your DPS. It's insane. You have two of the strongest DPS champions in the game. So just don't overforce. You really don't need to do it.
This is actually pretty smart here. Kung coming mid does manage to crash this wave into the tower, helps Hero's positioning out a lot, where he was sort of losing out to Kati. The health bars were similar, but Kati had a full mana bar. He should now be able to get a free reset. That's looking pretty good. Everything else looking even. Paulette on the move.
Oh, that champion,
to be able to do anything.
That champion.
Yeah, he gets hooked up. There's not going to be any follow-up here. He's way, way too slippery. Does have Levi nearby, so yeah, look at that.
Qiang could have flash W'd Paulette, but I feel like it's too much of an investment, especially as Taki's already down. There was no need. I mean, he kind of lost out on the jungle trade because of that interaction. Now Levi is 2 camps ahead, so though Qiang has a faster clear, he's now slightly trailing Levi in jungle pathing, so good adaptation. This has always been the strongest suit of Levi. He's, of course, an incredible team fighter, but his understanding of jungle pathing is like generational, right? Like other people are good team fighters in this league as well, but his ability to just generate leads out of nowhere is what made him this insane Karthus player, this really good carry player. So that, yeah. And he can do it in Sejuani too.
It's always been the feature of his that it sets him apart as like not just an incredible VCS jungler, but just an incredible jungler. You know, every time around Worlds, you'll have people like LS and other analysts basically being like, yeah, this Levi guy, I don't know, man, he just has extra camps.
Yeah.
He just has more camps than everyone else because he just gets an insane amount of farm every single game.
One of the most efficient players of all time. And Qiang has been really impressive in the playoff series so far. He wiped the floor with Wales jungler. Though, I mean, he's only 2 camps behind. I'm not trying to discredit Qiang here, right? I think he can definitely do something. And if they're able to call out Levi on his champion pool, and Qiang is the better jungler in game number 1, then suddenly there's a lot going on for this young jungler, the new generation, the new talent. And we've seen so many talents come in the jungle position. Qiang is just the newest one of all the... Uh-oh,
Eddie in some trouble, but the CC isn't really followed by any damage. It's just a level 4 Zeri, so he's okay.
Are we talking about Taki? No, not yet, right? Taki's a bit drunk so far in this game. I'm not sure what's going on with his hooks.
Yeah, Taki, look, he's hustling them. He's setting them up, make him think he can't throw hooks, and then he's going to nail every single one.
The mind games, okay. By the way, Clockwork, take a look at the top lane matchup. Kiaya on the Jax against Renekton, just casually 15 CS ahead, because why not?
Yeah, that is a little bit of a lie when you look at the size of this wave.
He might be able to deny some because he's level 6 now.
I'm hearing a slight echo of myself, just by the way, your way. I think I'm coming through your mic, but hopefully we can fix that up momentarily. As so far, still no blows really traded. It is just laning back and forth. As yeah, it goes down to about a 10 CS lead, so still Kiaya good. Where do we think the first sort of break in action will be, and who do you think actually has the impetus to pull the trigger?
Well, I wanted to see some top lane action for GAM, right? Because of Sejuani Jax combo, but now the Renekton is level 6 and has flash, so it's really hard to break him. It's really hard to kill him. So I guess it's just break number 1. And the problem here is just they don't really have anything that goes well with the Sejuani, but maybe they can still just kill Taki. This is dangerous.
They're going to try it, but here's a turnaround. Levi's already going low. He's ignited. He's going to go down. There it is. The first kill will go over to Hero. Gets a lovely shuffle onto Paulette as well. Clips his wings. And that's 2 kills picked up for Team Secret.
But what is GAM doing? A really good punish from Secret. It just Taki standing his ground. Taki just called them out on their bluff. To say, okay, engage on me. I'm Nautilus. He walks away with almost full HP. No one actually took any damage on the side of Secret. And the first interaction between these two teams is just squarely in Secret's favor. Maybe Sunday Secret is real.
Yeah, I want to point something out. We might have to talk about it after the replay, but this was a great counter engage by Kyung.
I mean, there's no way they ever win this situation if you just look at the champions. You have level 6 Azir, Nautilus is much better than level 5 for Rakan in this interaction, and even the ADC matchup is so much better for Zarya. No one really deals much damage this state in the game, right? It's just, well, one side has feathers for extra CC and a little bit more extra damage, and the other side has a level 5 Zeri. That does not do anything. It's a pea shooter. It's just really nothing, so... yeah, I'm not sure what GAM was looking at there. I mean, they didn't fall too far behind in terms of gold because Kiaya is still smurfing in the top lane and everyone is CSing well, but a dangerous prospect to lose this first dragon.
It's true. Something else that did happen was Cardi went in on Hero and missed every spell, which doesn't help, unfortunately. GAM do answer back with a Herald, so they trade the objective, and of course the kills do matter, but the gold is still very, very tight your way.
Yeah, it is. Surprisingly, actually, I would have thought they had a really big advantage after that of those 2 kills, and I'm not actually sure where the gold is coming from, really.
Herald. It's the Herald.
But Herald was picked up after the dragon, so they were close even after, even before Herald, so a bit surprising, but I guess they're just better at securing canyonmen. That's it.
Yeah, I guess so. There is also a bit of a CS lead in the mid lane. Of course, it is equalized by bot, so it's maybe just exploiting the pocket dimension a little bit. Froggy's been helping out, charging it up. Exactly. Regardless, Husmed sitting very far back, smelling this gank coming a mile away. This wave's going to shove into him as well, so we can just chill back here. There's not much Kiaya can do to punish him.
Oh, it's so good to see top laners with a brain. I had to cast 5 games of code yesterday. Very good senses there from Husmed, and even though he has Flash and Ultimate available, he stays safe, he doesn't waste anything. He knows the enemy team needs to focus on top lane, because Sejuani literally can't gank any other lane, so very good awareness from Secret, and just good discipline from Husmed individually, but also from the team of calling out the enemy jungler, right? Because, yeah, he literally has to go top lane.
Yeah, exactly. He's just going to get pushed in. If it seems weird on the Renekton, you do obviously want to use that champion to build a lead, but when you can essentially just make Levi completely ineffective by just sacking your lane a little bit, that works. Hero farming up nicely, did get a kill, but actually, we should mention those 2 kills went basically exactly where you want them. Yep. One on your Zarya, one on your Azir. Absolutely no complaints there.
Looking really good for Team Secret here in this first early game, and it's always that question against GAM, even though GAM isn't that big of the early game, like the early game dominators of yesteryears, you might say. They still have an average of 2.5k in the playoffs, so they still usually generate a gold lead just by being really good players, so staying even or even ahead in the early game is such a good sign for this team. And we have already seen Team Secret operate well in the late game, being able to team fight against Wales, against really good players as well individually. So yeah, it's a promising start, and maybe the pancakes can actually be edible today. I don't know.
Maybe. It would be a first time that a clockwork pancake has ever been described that way. Husmed doing his best in these trades, but Kiaya still good. Ooh, has been committed. Flash away, takes a tower shot, but Husmed can't get back on top of him. So Kiaya will win this one, comes out a flash ahead.
This is an interesting situation. Can Kyung get on top of him? Kiaya's flashed, he should be fine.
Yeah, but he could trade the flash. You sort of don't want Husmed to be down flash when Jack still has his. Levi has fully left the situation. So at the very least, it's going to be tower plates. That's not going to hit, unfortunately. And they do end up under the tower. Kiaya going low, but now Levi's here. It's a protracted play your way. Can they find anything? No, Levi should be able to surf over the wall, and that should just kill the play.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. What is happening?
It never stops. It's vintage VCS.
Okay, so we can't really blame the cameraman here because it's literally on top and bot lane at the same time. So what do you do? He's probably scrambling, trying to just cut to both action points, but no one goes down. So in the end, we didn't really miss much. I'm not entirely sure how Kiaya got himself in such a bad situation there, but in the end, he walks away, he limps away with just 1 HP and actually keeping his flash, weirdly enough. I'm not entirely sure he managed to do that, but the bot lane trade is actually the bigger deal in the long run because they had to expend a lot of summoner spells in the bot lane. Palette now really vulnerable, and also delaying Levi's aggression means there's just a lonely Rift Herald in the top lane. This can be countered if they act in time, but it looks like they want to trade top tower, plates on top tower, for Drake number 2, which I don't hate either. 2 dragons with a Renekton Zarya composition, really strong mid-game spiking. Yeah, why not? Go for the soul.
Yeah, and they split the plates as well. It's not like it's all going on to a carry. Husband needs to be careful. If he gives away a kill, this is a bit gross.
Ooh, really nice.
A second off Dominus. Lovely stuff there. And he is no longer diveable. So yeah, this has worked out for Secret.
Beautifully played from Hasmid. So much discipline. Hasmid really playing his A game here. Maybe not so much in spacing and CSing against Kiaya individually in the early game, but very good control.
Hang on. Your way, what do we say about praising players? Don't do it. That was a caster curse and a half.
Don't tell Milky. He was calling me out for caster curse yesterday.
The tower should be able to do it. Only 3 minions left. That was a filthy warlock curse. Shuffle in the mid lane. Cardi going very low, flash for flash.
Yeah, you never flash there because you don't actually have the auto attack with the soldier. So normal auto attack doesn't kill. That was overly greedy from Hero. He got the flash, and whatever is going on
Teleport is coming in, as is a Rel. Slater's going to die to get the tower. Probably the best he could do in that scenario. But on the other side of the map, Eddie just solo killed Kiaya.
We are back in VCS, Kerrigs. Let's go.
They went, when was the last time we had Carrick's Your Way on the mic? We have to give them a vintage. And we're back in 2018. Yeah.
I actually really like the play from Team Secret still. They are just standing their ground. And,
lovely.
Kiaya just completely underestimated the one item Zarya. It's such a strong champion, and the reason Zarya is the strongest ADC on the patch right now is that she's just good at every stage in the game. She's insanely strong in the early game, 1 item spike, 2 item spikes. Late game she can cut through everything. The only issue this champion has is range, but while there are not so many long-range champions in the game, she really struggles when Jinx is in meta, because Jinx just outranges her in team fights and she can't really do much. Zeri is kind of fine. You can always counteract the Zeri, so Zarya, I think, might be the key champion in today's series, especially when Eddie is such an amazing Zarya player.
I agree completely. We just see Hero hitting level 11 as well. The mythics are starting to come in. The Radiant Virtue for both junglers, getting those team fight stats going. Slater may well pick himself up another tower here, so this is an accelerated Zeri.
By the way, have you ever seen a Mystic Punch Zarya in Arena?
A what?
Mystic Punch, I think it's called.
Remind me what that one does. I did play a...
1 second of every ability with every auto attack.
Oh, I do remember that one. There's Husmed is getting shot down. Slater will get a solo.
It's an ADC world today.
You should have praised him.
I mean, who needs top laners? Just pick ADCs in the top lane. they can 1v1 Renekton and Jax. No problem. Ow.
Carti is LeBlanc. He's obviously under no real threat as Team Secret are setting up a push in the mid lane, dropping themselves the Herald. They want to try and break this one open. To open up the map as much as possible, because this would actually be their first tower, but it's a good engagement up. Lovely Magnet Storm to turn it all around. In comes Kiaya from the side. Eddie on the run. Can he make this happen? Lovely stuff from Hero there. Puts up the wall, keeping him safe. 1 for 1 at the moment, but they get the tower. Lovely, lovely Team Secret.
Wait, did I actually see a defensive Azir ult on my screen in the
yes,
VCS?
Yes, you did.
Yes,
you did. He just came in, summoned the Secret Service. Get down, Mr. President. Beautiful.
Yeah, really nicely done. And Eddie gets caught here, and it's almost disastrous, but they don't have the damage to instantly kill him, so then he gets to set up a really nice feather pull. Unfortunately, Palette actually gets behind him. He could have killed Palette there too. If he gets the feather pull through Palette, there's like 2 or 3 auto attacks, and then you have another kill. But in the end, they walk away with a tower and a kill traded. So Team Secret, yes, they've fallen behind in gold slightly, but they're still in a really good position. They're scaling up nicely. Slater and Eddie are both really strong right now, and they have a 2 dragon to 0 advantage. So if they can somehow make this dragon go their way, they are suddenly have a really good win condition on their side.
100%, and I think the fact that it is the Mountain Drake is actually really good for Team Secret, being able to get more tank stats on this Zaya. Zaya doesn't need more offensive stats. Carty looking for Hero, but can't find it without Kung coming in from the back. It's
Yeah, it's Rel. Rel sometimes looks a bit silly if she misses her engage. It's pretty slow champion, but then again, they are actually trading top tower for dragon. Interesting choice. So they give up the dragon. They don't want to fight right now, probably because Zaya is not on 2 items. You look at her, she doesn't have the second item finished.
Ooh,
and
they get a catch onto Palette, jumps back away, but the Magnet Storm yanking him in. He will survive, but has been chunked very low.
No one is taking dragon. Okay. I mean, I actually really like this from GAM.
Instead.
GAM called them out on this bluff because Team Secret thought GAM would go for dragon instantly. Young, you don't.
Hang on, we have another. Yeah, you don't do damage. You do CC. That's about it. A hook will reel one in. There's more and more CC, but eventually the damage will arrive, but not in time.
Surely. Yeah, trying to kill someone with Nautilus and Rel is an experience. I think Carty was CC'd for a solid 10 seconds and nothing happened to him.
That was, the League of Legends reenactment of, I don't know, trying to do anything in World War One. As Hazmed getting beat on a little bit, as Team Secret do finally get themselves top tower. Flashing back, trying to find some healing, but gets locked up, taken down. Not a huge amount he could do there, as Kung arrives to defend the tower. But not much else can be done there. Team Secret sort of having the wheels fall off the wagon.
Yeah, and I want to praise GAM again, because this was actually the first sequence where we saw really good macro and really good understanding of how League of Legends works as a game of trading, positioning, trading information, because Team Secret set this whole situation up to be, okay, we are going to trade up gold, right? We already have 2 dragons, so it's fine for us to not fight for Drake number 3. 1 dragon is not that big of a deal, so we're going to trade tower for dragon. Maybe we get a kill if we pull off the successful dive, but the tower is our main goal. And then GAM completely read them and just said, okay, you're trying to trade the dragon for the tower. We're just not going to take dragon because our positioning right now enables us to get the mid-tier tower. So essentially, Team Secret traded tower for tower and gave the dragon for free to GAM. GAM also got another kill on bot lane. So GAM just got everything everywhere on this map. Just a really good macro read, and you kind of see the differences between Team Secret playing a very basic macro move, which is a good move, it's not a bad move, but GAM being 1 step ahead and completely reading what Team Secret wanted to do and countering it with a little bit more thought and a little bit more expertise in map movement.
They absolutely are, but of course, Team Secret is still able to scale up. They still do have this Azir, they have this Zaya in a good position. Zaya with a 25 CS lead at the moment as well. Has the 2 item spike. Team Secret. I agree, they've been sort of massively outplayed the last few minutes, but I don't think it's killed them yet.
No, definitely not. But we can see GAM's, the new era GAM, the post-2021 GAM, where they really changed their style to be more macro, playing a little bit more of a solid, consistent game. And yeah, they still have it in the mid game. Unfortunately, their early game suffered a bit from this change of pace, change of play styles, but they still played a really good early game in terms of laning, and now they have arrived in the mid game with a Jax on 1.5 items, and here we go.
Yeah, this is a bad situation already. Eddie trying to do as much damage as you can, moving forward, throws out the feathers, can actually convert. Zero to do everything, but it's not quite enough quite yet. 1 for 1 at the moment, but look at Hazmed taking so much damage. GAM will pick themselves up the win. Or the fight win, I should say.
We need a really, really slow replay to understand what was going on there. So many things happening at once, and I think the key was Slater staying out of harm's range, so he could actually clean up at the end of the fight. How is Cardi still alive after that start? Oh,
LeBlanc. Hero caught out a bit by Levi. Can he get enough damage down before he goes? No, he can't. Kung having to flash away. Eddie is here. They don't want to chase him into the corridor, but that's going to be GAM picking up Baron. If they want it, no, they decide
they can't anymore because
no
Nautilus responded already. Okay, let's look at this again.
Sure.
Eddie, I think, has a really strong positioning here. He doesn't get the feather pull in time to kill Carti. I think he had lethal on Carti. It's a little bit of a misplay and then gets double CC'd. Once again, a really good save from Hero, but then he doesn't have the soldiers to deal damage to the front line anymore. Both Eddie and Hero out of the fight. So while they survive, they can't DPS. Really nice positioning from both Kiaya and Levi. It was kind of scary though, because if Carti dies, that feather pull there from Eddie, the fight could have gone the other way, with Eddie getting a first kill and then being able to reposition maybe with one more item, though it's definitely not over yet.
Yeah, I think something that actually happened there, and it's not really something you can blame anyone for, is once the Azir ult is in, I actually don't think Eddie wants to be over that wall. I think he's really, really safe where he already was because there's soldiers blocking one path and he has a team around him, but he can't make that call. He can't process, oh, Hero's going to come in and put the wall up. I'm not going to flash. He just always flashes there and then he's in a worse position.
Yeah, and it's also about Zarya mind game with the ultimate, right? Because if he still has his ultimate when both Levi and Kiaya dive on top of him, then they are in a really bad position because suddenly there's the 5 feather, maybe 6, 7 feathers with a few more auto attacks in the queue set up to kill both of the frontliners. So next fight it could go the other way. It's still not over, and this Zarya is very menacing. Now she has a little bit of armor penetration as well, so even Levi and Kiaya cannot stand up to her for a long time. Zarya has a really, really high damage right now in this patch. So I'd say this game is still much on a nice edge. Yes, GAM has an advantage, and GAM is probably set up to play for a lot of dragons, which is gonna make them tankier. But Team Secret has still about a 10-minute window where they can find the all-deciding fight and scale up a bit on Hero and Eddie to maybe get rid of Kiaya and Levi a little bit faster in the fight.
That is going to be the equalizing dragon. GAM picking up a second one for themselves. Still a very long time for them to actually confirm a soul. Of course, the same applies to Team Secret. Carti has been an issue this game. This is just LeBlanc in general. I think they're putting too many resources into trying to kill him, and he's like absorbing, 7/8 of his health bar in damage and then just Wing away and just walking in and auto-attacking every now and then. And that's all he's doing, but that's all he needs to do. They use all the spells on him and then he doesn't care because he doesn't die.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think they should try to focus Kiaya, because if you look at his build, he's not a particularly tanky Jax, especially in a 5-on-5. This is fine in a 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 skirmish, but 2 aggressive items or like semi-aggressive items, usually you go down to something, especially in a Azir, because he has auto attacks that are not blocked by Jax E. So I think you should probably try to kill Kiaya on the next team fight a little bit earlier, and then go from there, because Carti, yeah, he's annoying, but honestly, his damage is not super high. Like, after his initial combo, he doesn't really do much for 5 seconds, so just ignore him, kill the big targets, and threaten a little bit of a stronger setup on Slater instead of focusing on the party. I definitely agree with you. They have been a little too annoyed at this LeBlanc. I can understand them, right? It's really annoying to play against this auto-attack LeBlanc, but they need to show the discipline not to go for Carti.
Kung caught out a little bit, trying to clear a ward, is able to just dismount away, but GAM still has vision control around. Baron, Levi getting caught out, is very tanky, but not in front of Eddie as he's taking a whole lot of damage. Will just go down. Team Secret doing a lot here. Cardi fails the W over the wall. This is an absolute disaster. What just happened?
Yep, that's GAM hubris show, and they didn't check They didn't press tab. They didn't know Eddie had penetration, and Eddie just completely destroyed Levi. Neither Levi... Okay, Carty didn't have his flash available. It's just come off cooldown right now, but Levi didn't even attempt to flash away from the feather pull. He probably didn't think Eddie had the damage there to kill him in that time, but as I said before, this champion is insanely strong right now, and she just cut through that Sejuani in a matter of seconds, and suddenly the game is turned around on its head. It's Baron for Team Secret, and they can now contest the next few dragons again.
I just have to ask, what are you profiting here? It's a Gromp!
And flash now, flash now. I don't know. He just didn't flash.
He doesn't have flash, to be fair. He doesn't have it.
No, Levi had flash for this one.
No, it's not up. According to the thing at the bottom, it
yeah,
came
but
up
the thing at
after
the bottom I think is wrong, because, but whatever.
Fair enough.
I mean, the game is still very close, and now it's on Hero.
Oh, they've got to catch on to Hero, but it's a good wall. Can he find his way out?
Oh.
He's trying with a flash.
Wait.
He will get out. Kung will come in from the other side. There's a TP coming down, so GAM do have the numbers advantage, but they get their Azir out.
No
and
way.
he teleports straight back down. Let's go, Team Secret.
How did he live there? That's insane. Okay.
Who needs mid laners? Just put a top laner on Azir.
It's a tried and true strategy in the VCS at least. Kiaya has a title mid lane for no reason whatsoever.
Kiaya's been to Worlds as a mid laner. We don't want to talk about it, but he has. This will be 2 towers picked up for Secret. GAM are entertaining and engaged, but there's just no reason for Team Secret to stick around. They'll evacuate as a unit. And from one just silly mistake from Levi in the topside jungle, Team Secret are looking so revitalized.
They are indeed. Their team play is really strong, and I think that's the biggest feature of this players run so far. It's just Team Secret playing as a team, being very decisive with their choices, being very in the moment with all of their awareness, and they're just playing really well together, and team fights, just calling out targets, calling out the ints, which is something, it's a really strong skill in the VCS, because people are going to play overly aggressive. If you call out the ints, that's a really strong setup to win the game, and with this mid tower falling, I think Drake number 5 is squarely in Team Secret's pockets. I don't think GAM can do anything about this one. So it's all about the next Baron spawn, and if Secret...
Did Slayer just flash?
Flashed?
It's on cooldown, and it's just got...
I think he just flashed away from Taki's flash hook, right? Mid lane?
I might have missed something. I was dealing with my dog. I was just looking at cooldowns. I do apologize. Having a new puppy makes casting a little bit hard. But anyway, Slater not having that flash is obviously going to be difficult to play around, but there's not a huge amount on the map at the moment, so it might not get punished too hard. Does go up to 4 items as well with the GA. Eddie a little bit behind, but I'm sure as soon as he hits the pad, he will catch up immediately.
And if I look at the items right now, it looks to me like Levi is gonna have a really hard time in the next team fight, because all his other team members are building towards some protection for like stopwatch or Zhonya's, and for Kiaya, there's a GA for Slater. So there's just gonna be a little bit of downtime in the fight, and if Levi overextends and Kiaya goes into stasis, then suddenly everyone is gonna focus on Levi, so he has to choose his moment in the next team fight very carefully, because we saw how quickly he was burned through by the Zarya damage. I feel like this could happen.
Ooh, Taki's in trouble, puts the depth charge out. But that's a lot of movement speed. He's got another Spider Naught. Doesn't have a flash. He's just trying to walk away.
No.
They're going to throw a lot at him. Oh, no. This is throwing good money after bad your way. Oh, dear. Hero a little bit caught out.
Kiaya.
Go, but it doesn't matter because Kiaya follows him in. There's a Magnet Storm to try and buy time. Eddie, baby, this is all on you. He's done enough for now. Cardi goes down. Can he find anything more? Paulette threatening the re-engage. There's that Zarya ult. Pulls it in.
Here he
Takes
goes.
down. He's doing everything he can. They don't have any more tools to get onto the Zarya. Oh my word, it starts out disastrously, but it's only going to be a 3 for 2 in favor of GAM.
Well, GAM is chasing. Eddie is still pretty threatening, but Kiang is pretty low. Yeah, they can't get any more targets, and there's nothing on the map for them to get. There's no Baron.
Yeah.
There are no towers available right now, so yeah, they win the fight, but not really advancing the game state in their favor in any way. So yeah, GAM wins the fight. That will give them a little bit of confidence. But then again, Taki just died at the start, so it was a 5v4. It was way too close for a 5v4. Kiaya used Flash, so that's not available for the Dragon fight or the Baron fight. I think this might actually favor Team Secret in the long run, because Eddie didn't have to invest anything but ultimate. He still has his GA for the next fight, so it's pretty decent here. Oh?
I'm not sure who's disconnected, me or your way. Hello? Stream,
I
can
can
you hear me?
hear you. Everything is fine. Okay, I guess Carrix can't hear me anymore. I'm not sure why.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you the whole time. I can hear you the whole time.
Okay. You were chopping in and out for me. I do apologize. That's probably on my end. I'm sure whatever point you were making was excellent. As Baron is respawning everyone back on the map, Eddie has all of his summoners. Slater is still down here. So yeah, I agree. I think this favors them. But they have to play this team fight perfectly. 3k health. They are going to secure it. Now, they biffo in the pit.
So scary.
Oh, look at this. AoE CC is looking good. Where is Eddie? That's the only one we have to track. Currently,
Slater.
That
Slater's
Guardian
going.
Angel, he just goes down immediately. Slater is going. This is a disaster for Team Secret as they lose that Zaya hero, trying to do everything. Taki nearly just gets the back off. But both of the carries for Secret are down, which means GAM can just take their time, clean up the last two. And they might have got the Baron, but they lose 4.
So, I mean, I really hate the decision to go for Baron. There's no need for it. You're on soul point. Just wait for the soul and get the soul. Like, why would you compromise your own position so badly by going at the Baron and just exposing both of your backliners? Such an easy engage. But then again, it's a bit unfortunate for GAM's side because I don't think they can finish here, can they?
They're going to try.
Yeah,
they have a fair bit of time, and Kung doesn't do damage. He's going to try and start
might
the
be
way.
able to. They
absolutely can. As the Nexus is exposed, and it was a back and forth game. I really think Team Secret showed signs of life, but in the end, GAM is GAM, and they will take game 1.
Well, I did not expect that. They can't keep getting away with this. It's every single time GAM plays, I feel like a game like this happens where they should be dead to rights and then they just get some stupid throw from the enemy team and walk away with the victory. Let's look at the stats for a second. Is game number 1, GAM wins over Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, I think look, Eddie and Hero, they tried really hard. I do think they both had pretty excellent plays, but you look at the damage Slater was able to put out. Carty was just so effective as a distraction. I don't know. I still think Team Secret's draft was better. That's the crazy thing. I still think draft-wise they were better, but GAM just had better positioning aside from that one snafu around Gromp. They just had better macro, and that's what matters in the end.
Yeah, I think you could really see GAM's experience and prowess in macro throughout the game, especially in the mid game. So, I mean, that's a good sign for this team, right? It's what you should see. Back. So, I guess they deserved the win, but it's really unfortunate that this Secret felt they had to go for the Baron because there was really no need. They were so close to the Baron Soul, Dragon Soul. Eddie was still so strong and Azir was scaling up nicely, so they kind of just compromised their own position for very little reason. I want to see them maybe run it back with a similar draft and just try again.
If they can get it again.
They were close. They were very close.
Yeah, I think if they can get that draft again, you'd do it. But anyway, we will be going to a little break. We'll be back in 5-10 minutes with the Italian Stallion Clockwork. Don't go anywhere. This is VCS English. Welcome back, everybody. After a stunner of a game one-er, GAM are leading the series 1-0. Thanks, your way. You got a lot of faith in my jokes. But Clockwork is back, and we'll go straight to you. What was your take on game one?
Okay, it was a close game. This is the series that I expected. Okay, so it was up until they lost. Secret were winning, quoting a great philosopher of modern times. All like passages of the game were back and forth all the time. Secret were winning maybe a skirmish or a team fight, and GAM would respond by taking some objectives, some tower, some dragons. So it shows that these teams are very close in level. However, just at the last moment, on the last line, Yui also pointed it out, the Baron call made everything go awry because there was no way that even if Secret had the burst because they had the Zaya and they had the Azir to immediately take the Baron, they were so badly positioned even after taking it that they couldn't get out of the team fight, and GAM just wiped them. And just like one decision tipped the scale in favor of GAM. If Secret can repeat the whole like draft and game and fix that detail, they're Gucci.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like this is a pretty deep running problem because something has to be very off with your understanding of the game or your instincts if you go for that Baron, because it's actually one of the most useless Baron calls I've seen in a long time, because there's almost no upside to that Baron call. Your dragon is spawning in a minute. So what's the best scenario ever? You get a Baron for free. Okay, pretty nice, but actually, I mean, yeah, it's gonna give you a 10% better chance to win the all-important dragon fight. So, okay, that's an upside you want to go for, but the downside is literally losing the game, as we saw there, right? Or if we go not quite as bad, okay, you lose maybe a flash or a GA, or the enemy team steals the Baron, but the game's still going. So the balance between upside and downside is just so insanely skewed against you that why would you ever call for that Baron? Because even if you get the Baron, you're not going to get any towers from the Baron because you are going to fight for the soul. So all you get out of that Baron is a little bit of gold and a little bit of combat stats, which is nice, but that you would only, I would only ever call for that Baron if I was 100% sure that I could get it. So this is hopefully just a blip, but I feel like I have the inkling that this is a deep-seated problem with their understanding around Baron. So let's hope that Team Secret can rectify this problem.
I think we also have to address the elephant in the room that if Levi had not been channeling his inner Frenchman and was lusting for Frog, that game would have ended significantly earlier because they obliterated Secret with mid-game macro. Until Levi went for that Gromp and just kind of instantly lost the game. Well, not lost the game, but lost the lead that they had. They were sort of obliterating them. But let's get back into the draft. We have Tristana, Maokai, Rumble, Nocturne, Rakan so far removed. We are not going to get 5 Levi there.
And we have GAM on blue side, so that means Team Secret actually chose red side, breaking that 5-game red side streak from GAM. Adaptation, and they're not banning away all those junglers, so a little bit more freedom for Levi. He could go Rel first pick, he could go his beloved Wukong if he wants, but I think this Zaya pick is exactly what you want to do. Take it away from Eddie. Slater's a decent Zaya player himself, and Eddie is much worse than every other champion in the game, so you already get a huge power advantage just taking away this best ADC on the pet.
Right, and Carrick's mentioned the elephant in the room that was Levi's mistake, but also I want to talk a little bit about the crocodile in the room, because we talked about Renekton being decent as like a line pick, and in lane Hazmet did okay. The rest of the game he was quite invisible, so I hope that they're not planning on repeating that pick for Hazmet. They're still going for comfort on Kiang, and possibly also here as well. I feel also this is a deny pick. They don't want to leave LeBlanc for Kati again. He was like not like not a carry LeBlanc, but definitely a space creator. And this is a great takeaway. There's still Ari, there's still Azir that Kati can play. So still plenty of options.
He
for
played
Gam.
a Syndra game the other day. Okay, this is one of Carty's favorites as well. A lot of damage, very good zone control. Should be alright in laning phase, probably lose a bit, but has really good range to poke the LeBlanc out of high HP. So you can even go something like the Fleet Footwork on this champ as well to stay topped up in terms of HP. So I really like this draft from GAM so far. I think they already have a much stronger 1-2-3. Very mid-game focused once again. I want to see a bit more action from them this game because they played the early game of the last game very defensively. They kind of choked at Dragon for no reason. So I feel like this game, they are a much better team when it comes to first or second Dragon fight. I want to see GAM utilize their strength of one item, half an item, and play a little bit more early game.
Okay, and then we have Budget Saya, which is a Philios for Eddie, also one of his most played champions. Yeah, he needs a bit more cover, so I expect Secret to play at least another champion that appeals for them, something like Alistar or maybe Ornn for Hasmed, something like that.
Then away Sejuani after that performance? I don't know, this looks like Secret is scrambling already. You banned 5 junglers and Levi had an okay Sejuani game. You really need to ban it? Okay, I understand you're scared of Sejuani Renekton because it's quite a potent top lane ganker, or top lane ganking combo, I should say, but not sure if I agree with the ban overall. We have the Alistar banned away. No Alistar in 2 games in the VCS. I can't believe my eyes. Very, very
I think the ban that has me questioning things is why is Nocturne so high prio in the VCS? He's been banned both games. He was being picked all weekend. What's going on in the script?
Because Guri, I think Guri just mind controlled every other jungler. He played 4 games of Nocturne in the first series.
I'm going to be honest, if you watched that Guri series and went, yeah, I want to play Nocturne, you aren't okay. Because he was not good.
Aatrox.
I hate this shit.
Hasmed.
Aatrox banned out, it makes a lot of sense. Hasmed is a fantastic Aatrox player, and the pick is super strong.
Right, so what's left? There's still plenty of options. The Cassandra is open, the Rumble is open, so the world...
Rumble is not open. Rumble is never
Rumble
open.
is not open, right?
Jax could
Watch.
be open.
Yeah, okay, they pick Cassandra. I was about to say, watch Hasmed pick Jax and lose the matchup against Renekton, against Gaia. That could have very well happened.
Oh yeah.
But keeping the counterpick for support, of course, is wiser because they are waiting for GAM to pick. Now, Rakan is not available. Ooh. There's still plenty of supports like, Nautilus maybe still available. Yeah.
I want to see Poppy support now for Grid.
I mean, you could also flex the Rel support and go Poppy
True,
jump.
yeah, very true. And Poppy
Rel
is
is
such a
still
good
a flex.
champion into Zac. It completely stops everything Zac wants to do. I like this Zac focus for Levi. He played a few Zac games throughout his career, and he's a very good team fighter, initiator on this Zac pick. I think GAM is just running away with this draft. I hate Secret's draft so far. I think they have a severe damage problem, especially with AD LeBlanc if she falls behind. And you... there goes something for the damage problem. Okay, that makes sense. I actually...
I'm even
Are
more
you about to
puzzled
say
that-
you like a Kha'Zix pick?
I can't. Like my
Who's supporting?
lips are
It's
quivering when I'm
Brent's
trying to
support.
speak those words. It's like, no, I just can't do it. I can't say I like a Kha'Zix pick, but it makes sense in this context.
Okay, instead I'm even more confused because I have no idea how Secrets are going to play the team fights because there's like LeBlanc and Kha'Zix, they're trying to be sneaky and not actually play a team fight, just make picks. But then there's like Rel, what does she do? Does she engage? Cassante, more or less the same. I'm a bit. I think it's harder to execute, whereas GAM has a lot of strong picks and very much simpler execution, like the Renekton, like the Victor. They're very straightforward. So this looks like a GAM win to me. If they won game 1 with a harder comp, this is going to be a cakewalk for them.
I think GAM got a really strong composition because it has no weaknesses in any game state. Okay, Renekton falls off late. You know what doesn't fall off late? Victor. He is insane late game.
Yeah.
Zac is maybe a bit weak to invades in the early game. Zac scales insanely well into the late game, and actually with his is pretty good at diving too with his passive. So, and Xayah is super strong in lane, as is Renekton. So they kind of cover all the bases. Bases. Whatever.
Bases.
Bases, yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like GAM
both
got
of you
away.
are forgetting something. Both of you are forgetting something. The inverse law of VCS draft strength. Worst draft always wins.
And with that, we go on the Rift.
And we're going straight on the Rift. Clockwork once again onto the bench. Send him home for now, letting him recharge as we do go on to Summoner's Rift for game 2 of Team Secret, taking on GAM. So, I agree with you that I agree with what Clockwork, I should say, was saying that it's very hard for Team Secret to play team fights. But given how team fights went last game, where I think GAM won every single actual team fight, maybe they just don't play them.
Yeah, and honestly, their composition is kind of designed to never teamfight. Just break it out into different skirmishes, right? Because K'Sante is gonna isolate one target, then maybe Kha'Zix waits for that target to come to him and one-shots him. And LeBlanc, in the meantime, is gonna come from the other side, poke a bit, and then back off again. But this requires an insane amount of discipline. I'm not sure after that Baron call if I think Team Secret has the discipline in them to play these kinds of smoke and mirror situations. So I like what they're trying to do, but I'm not sure if I credit them with the ability to do it. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be really interesting to we did have that one game where Hero, had the 450 farm, AD LeBlanc basically solo won the game in the side lanes. Maybe he can do it again against, admittedly, a significantly harder opponent this time.
And, I mean, side lane play could be an option. Yeah, the problem is you didn't really pick an ADC that enables side lane play super well. I think if you wanted to go for full split push, Sivir is a better pick. Especially because Sivir into Xayah is actually a pretty decent matchup for Sivir as well. And kind of just neutralize the lane more easily than Aphelios, and clears waves in mid lane a little bit more safely than Aphelios too. So if that was what we wanted to go for, I think Sivir is the better pick. So I kind of expect Hero to group in the mid game, and not go for the side lane push. But maybe he surprises me, because of course it's still possible to play through the side lanes.
Very true. Is Kung skipping his Raptors for now, wanting to get a wraparound, trying to find something onto Carty. There's no chain. So unfortunately, he just kind of loses a little bit of time.
Chain went on the minion. That is a question mark ping there on the mid lane. That's getting spammed right now in the comp, because Kiang, he really compromises pathing to just make this happen, and then Hero misses the chain. It's unfortunate situation, and we can see Carty's actually dominating this lane from the get-go. Went for Eri, so really strong short trades, goes for Qs almost every single time Hero tries to go in. He just Qs him, auto-attacks him, gets an Eri proc, backs out again with a shield. So I really like Carty's read on the matchup, but
Hero having to flash.
Didn't have to flash, he just flashed.
Well, true.
Yeah. There was no mana on Carty. He doesn't kill with an auto attack, so Hero with a bit of a choke in the mid lane, unfortunately. But now Carty pretty low too. Can they make something happen?
Kang is here, has leap and flash, but I don't think he's. Oh, you can't. Hero, dodge the laser.
Not the greatest early game laning phase so far from Hero. He has to back off, has teleport to get back, and Kiang, look at him. He's so far behind Zac now in pathing, just because, I mean, on camp actually, but looked at him at level 3 and was like, why is he level 3 on 24 CS? But still, Zac getting away with an early game against the Kha'Zix, never actually meeting him in the early game in camps, is really good sign for the Zac, because of course, he does not like to talk to that Kha'Zix. So yeah, Levi having pretty great early game on a tank jungler yet again.
Yeah, remember, that's your best tip from your way from VCS English is don't talk to Kha'Zix players.
Sure, let's go with that. I agree.
Looking down at the bot lane, we do have 2 culls picked up. Neither player super interested in playing aggressive. They just want to scale up. I do think this Aphelios for Eddie has in the past been fairly reliable. Not as good as his Xayah, of course. but I do think he can bring quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, my problem here is Aphelios that useful in their composition? Because Aphelios struggles, we all know Aphelios' biggest weakness, getting outranged by mages, and the enemy team has a Victor. So that's already a problem. Then there's also backline dive. So you're kind of dealing with the two things that Aphelios can be very good against backline dive, but mostly if everything of the enemy team wants to dive him. But in this case, GAM can just soften him up with Kati poke and threaten Kati ultimate on him. And then once he's low, we have Renekton and Levi coming from two different angles and kill him. So I'm not sure I like this Aphelios, even though I'm a big Aphelios fan. He has literally no peel in his whole team. Like, Rel is not a peel champion, Rel is an engaged champion, so he has to do all the peeling himself, and he's not a Zarya, he's an Aphelios. I think this Aphelios pick wasn't the greatest. Okay, Kati, let's go!
Forward, Kati's just gonna pick up a kill, he gets Kung's flash as well! You have to trade back on just over. One more should do it, he should have the E up soon, surely. Surely.
No way!
Just end the game.
Yep. FF.
It's FF. It's over. Oh god, no, it's gonna get worse. Taki's gonna die.
Level 5, he's tanky.
Yeah, they don't need to go for this. They can just hit the plates. Like, you don't have to dive.
I mean, to be fair, Levi is passive. I think they do have him, but instead, Eddie...
The hook doesn't quite land from Paulette, does go onto the minion. Taki with some good CC. Now with the teleport coming down and Kung kind of blocking them in. This could turn around as Slater's died. I don't think GAM's done this very well.
Yeah, you can say that again. On the textbook of how to dive early bot lane, this is the page of how not to dive early bot lane.
Dude, VCS is so back. We are so Barack.
That's such a good timing window there too, because Hero was literally dead in mid lane. Just go for the dive instantly. What are we waiting for? Now they donate the first dragon over to Team Secret, and suddenly Secret is back in the game. 2-1 in kills and an early Ocean Drake, which is lovely. We have to watch this again? Do we really?
I mean, it equalizes the game back up. So it makes it a bit more interesting after the mid lane blunder. Hero comes down, picks himself up a kill. It lands the chain as well. Eddie gets one. They get the Drake as well. Team Secret, through only their own good plays and the strength of Team Secret, they're back.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the analysis we're coming here for. My favorite moment of that dive was Levi just waiting in that bush forever and then just flashing over and just typing, yeah, my job here is done. Just walked away.
Yeah, just pulling his cape over his head.
That's
one of those, he throws this like smoke bomber at his feet and the smoke clears and he's tripped over on the door frame.
Oh, that's a really nice
hook lands onto Kang. The follow-up's not quite close enough, so it is just going to be annoying him, as I remember how to speak, as Kati now taking a fair bit of damage from Hero.
Yeah, this matchup is a bit of a problem for Hero, because you can see that... Oh, yeah, this is a little block.
He has to flash. He's now getting bounced. There's the W finally off cooldown. Does come back? Are you sure?
I'm lost for words, Carrix. I have nothing to say.
Taki going in, Paulette getting biffoed. There's the Magnet Storm. It's still a Nautilus.
What
I don't
just
know if
happened?
They can kill him. There's the ult from the Aphelios. One more auto will do it, and Yulei.
Okay.
Taki
lost his mind, but it was actually good. That flash looked sus to me, but it actually worked out. So nicely done, I suppose. And 2 kills to the Aphelios. You know, the Aphelios problem can kind of be solved by just giving him a lot of kills so he can kill the divers. So yeah, they're playing to their win condition, you could say, or maybe GAM is playing against their own win condition. This flash here by Taki. Oh, I see. That was amazing.
Actually, kind of sick. Okay.
Really
this
cool.
is Taki.
Yeah.
That's the Taki we know.
That's the... I mean, yeah. He played a game of Nautilus. He was suffering, and he called his told his coach, I hate this champion. Let me show you why the champion is shit. And yeah, he delivered. That was an amazing flash.
Wait, what is going on?
These last 2 days have taken some years of my life, I feel like. There's a lot happening here.
Oh my. I don't know if it's giving me more life or taking it away. But anyway, I mean, I like how every now and then we just like tab up to the top side and they're just dead even in farm. They're not even hitting each other. You can just imagine they're like DMing each other on Discord or something. Like, what the hell is going on? What are they doing?
This is the classic. What is going
The
on?
top
Me?
laner?
Yeah, it's the pull up the paint. It's time. It is time.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. This is like the classic. At level 1, you both did slash dance in front of each other and you didn't hit each other. So now you've just had the gentleman's agreement of just like, no, we're just top lane's the island. We just get to watch the rest of the team have some fun.
Okay, do we have a little bit of downtime? Because I want to discuss something, which I have kind of looked for to discuss in the last, I don't know, 5-6 games, but there was never time.
Okay.
Do we have a bit of time? So I want to talk about ADC mythics as bot lanes and fine.
Yeah, that's
so there was this big change on ADC, right? And Gale Force and IE can't be built together anymore. And it had some really weird implications for what happened to pro play. For example, every single Aphelios goes Gale Force, right? So it makes sense why they do it. They went for Gale Force before, repositioning is really good, yada yada, but you lose a lot of damage by not going for IE, right? So
sure.
I understand it on Aphelios. In this game, I feel like this could be one of those games where you really need the IE damage because you are the main carry of the team. But let's see where it goes.
I don't agree. I agree with your overall thesis. I don't agree that this is not a Gale Force game because I think being able to Gale Force out of a gravity field is
that's
really
very true. That's very true. We have a little bit of a fight potentially on our hands here. Levi still has his passive. Hasn't used his passive a single time this game.
He has not, as the dragon gets lower, is secured by Kung as well. Lovely. Zac play gets in. They'll get 2 kills immediately. And Team Secret just has to run. No, they only get the 1. Taki lived.
Yeah, Taki is a magician. How did you get away with Poopy Pants form there? What?
I mean, like, Poopy Pants form isn't as bad as it once was, as Kiaya could actually be in some trouble if the knockback lands, but never ever should, as Husband will just chase him off.
Unfortunately, they lost another dragon, so while Lever was really cool, he kind of just forgot to smite the dragon that was right in front of him. To be fair, Kha'Zix's Q smite combo is really good, and Kyang is a pretty good smiter in general, so maybe I need to cut him some slack, but yeah, really nice play from... no, don't cut...
No! We do have a picture-in-picture. He will get away with the ult, so let's have a look at this replay.
What an
How does Taki
amazing
get out?
follow-up as well. He just jumps over.
Okay.
Bonk.
All right.
To finish... Oh, never mind.
You don't get to talk your way. We go straight back into the fight as Taki is low. There's a lovely Gale Force to get away. The Ophelia Assault goes straight through the uprights. That's going to be 6. Levi in some trouble. Does still have that passive. Throws himself back in. The kill has come through onto the next and a knockback as well. Onto Slater. Husband playing so well. The Zac goes down as well. 3 kills for Team Secret.
Okay, Team Secret is here to play. Team Secret Sunday is real. Even after game 1, I was still doubting them a bit, but they're playing so well. Palette, do you really want this?
I mean, if he gets him under tower, I don't think he minds too much, as Eddie does take a lot of damage. Delays him hitting the tower with those chakrams as well. With Kung still here, yeah, they are going to back off. The GAM reinforcement was real.
The weirdest thing about watching GAM games is just you see them end over and over again. The enemy team makes really good plays, and it's like 6-2 in kills. You feel like, oh wow, Team Secret just blew open the whole game. It's gonna be over, and then you look at the gold lead. It's 1k. Huh? Why? But yeah, look at this. Everything goes wrong at the start. Everyone misses all their abilities, which is fine. Good dodges from Team Secret, but now they're in a really bad position. That is. The teleport here, a little bit of a desperation play from Kiaya, and suddenly it's 5v4, and I mean, Secret just grouping up really beautifully. Eddie on red-white just deals too much damage, and yeah, in the end, 6-2 in kills for Team Secret.
Hero just... Oh, God, I hate this champion. I hate LeBlanc. Oh, God. Just watching Kiaya just unable to do anything as he just dances around is unbelievably frustrating. Does pop the Dominus to clear out the wave, will stop himself getting dived.
Well, can't proceed with a dive, but nothing really lost because it's only a Kha'Zix.
Yep.
He's gonna go back to the jungle. No tempo sacrificed really because he's gonna clear the jungle in no time whatsoever. Interesting first item choice by the Kha'Zix, playing a little bit more team focused here with the vision clear instead of going for a big first item power spike, but it's working in their favor so far for the most part. I haven't seen him like utilize the Umbro Glaive too much, but he probably has cleared some boards already. Highest vision score in the game, yeah.
Yeah.
Living Ward.
Of course, in all of the chaos, we have had GAM secure themselves a Rift Herald. So they are doing something. As all out goes Hazmed, but sees the reinforcements coming and decides, no, thank you, I will go out. As he will just retreat to his tower.
Did get Carty's flash, so
Yeah,
nice ambush
well.
there. And Carty, while he's 2-0 and 150 CS, so really strong early victor, already has 2 evolutions here. He's still pretty vulnerable to a dive, and especially with Young bringing a lot of damage, and Eddie on 3-0 with execute damage as well with Gale Force. Carty needs to play it very carefully next few minutes. Without his flash, he is rather attackable.
Hero just continuing to farm up as well, just being a pest in the side lane, as we've found he's very good at on this LeBlanc. He's constantly forcing Kiaya here, really not allowing him to do anything.
Hero underestimated the breadth of that wall a bit.
We're going to have to talk about it.
It's fine.
It's all right.
I mean, this LeBlanc position is really nice now because honestly, most games when you see LeBlanc on one item, she doesn't deal any damage. She has a static shift and no AP behind her, and it's like pitiful. But in this game, she's accelerated, so she actually is like a normal AP LeBlanc plus static shift. So very annoying to deal with. We can already see a Renekton, one of the strongest early game champions, of course, struggling with that LeBlanc in the side lane. So maybe you were right in calling out the side lane split pushing tactics. Somehow Hero made his way into the top lane.
Yep, he's everywhere, and he didn't use his TP or anything, as they did send the Herald charge into this tower. Team Secret knows that they can't defend it, so they're just going to back off. In comes the slingshot, not able to find anything though, as GAM will just get Team Secret to scuttle away from this top side.
And similar situation to game 1, where Team Secret tried to trade top lane tower for dragon. This time around, GAM trades top lane tower for dragon, but this time it's the dragon trade that Team Secret accepts with very gratefully, I should say, because they're now on 3 dragons, sneakily. They're one away from a mountain soul. So this is getting out of hand for the side of GAM. They need to find a good fight in the next few minutes, or the game might just be over in 5.
It may well be, and you've got to say, Eddie, we sort of said that once the Xayah was no longer in his hands, that, Slayer is clearly the better ADC when it's not specifically Eddie's Xayah, but I think his Aphelios has looked really, really good. His gun management has been excellent. His positioning's been great. I've got hope.
Yeah, I mean, this game looks amazing. If they just, please, just put a big, fat, red X over the Baron Pit, so they never go for that when all the enemy members are alive, and everything should be fine. Because, I mean, they have Aphelios on 3 kills and 2 items. Their scaling is more than alright. So the enemy team does have some scary components for the late game. If the Aphelios is this far ahead, the Renekton is kind of completely muted in team fights because he can't dive on the Aphelios. He's just gonna die. So what is Kiaya gonna do with this Renekton? He probably has to focus maybe Kyung, try to spot Kyung, try to stun him, but that's not easy to do. Maybe try to kill Kataki when he overextends. Yeah, one of the 5 members is already kind of useless on the side of GAM, and Zek doesn't have an easy time either. So I feel like Team Secret is in a really strong position here.
agree. I think they're in a fantastic position. I think it's really hard for GAM to make them fight right now. Because Team Secret, what objective can you force them to fight in a bad position at? Like, if Team Secret fumbles a little bit in 2.5 minutes when this Drake comes up, they can just let one go. It's not that big a deal. You can just let one go.
Yeah, I feel like there's this one objective on the top side of the map that...
I don't think GAM can start Baron, though. You can't start Baron against this.
No, not GAM, but Team Secret could start Baron here. Look at this. 20 minutes in. It's time to throw at Baron. Kyung is really feeling it. Don't do it, please.
He's just thinking about it. He's thinking. But no, they're just getting vision control at the moment. They are holding back the voices. Levi will take a little bit of damage. Nothing he can't just regen back up.
Ooh, I like this one. That was cheeky. Laying the recall from Slader, so now Slader has to walk even back. We'll give them a little bit of mid prio. It's a bit early to find for mid prio for Dragon, so the attempt would be to try to get the tower, but there's a TP on Cardi, so there's too much wave clear. They can't really break this mid tower, which is kind of like the last bastion of hope for GAM, because they really need this one to get into the map. So, I mean, they're only 2k down. GAM can definitely win a team fight here. If you look at the items, 2 items done on Slader. Carti is close to 2. He's probably very close to his 3rd evolution. Maybe even has the 3rd evolution. I don't think his... I don't think we can see it on the spectator client, because I don't see the red upgrades.
No, I don't can.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. Yeah, I think he does have the evolution, because he doesn't have stacks on top of his picture. Oh!
An engage comes in from Taki, and it's followed up immediately. So much damage coming across. It'll be Husband that gets a kill. Levi going low, has the passive, of course, will buy himself a little bit of time. As a knock-up does what work it can, but Zach has been cut down, and now Team Secret can look at Baron.
You see them all turn toward Baron, and then just do double back. Like, do we really go for Baron here? Do we really? Yeah, now is a good time, Secret. Now is a really good time to go for Baron. Please do it.
This will allow GAM to get decent vision control and positioning around the Drake fight, because it is pivotal. This is sole point that Secret will come into with a Baron buff. Really good stuff here by Hero, just harassing the setup, not allowing GAM to get comfortable.
And they actually have the timing window to go for the Dragon too, so they didn't even sacrifice their soul fight. Yep. This should really just be game now with the Baron.
Lovely, Taki.
Yeah, this was just an amazing engage, and yeah, I mean, you should be able to flash that, honestly, as Carti. That is a little bit of a fumble from Carti. You have the flash, you overextended mid lane. If you die there, that's your fault. You do have the flash, so you should also be able to use it. And you can see Team Secret is on the map again for the Dragon. That's Soul. So
yeah, they're already starting it up. Kiaya getting chunked out. Oh, this is bad though. Kang goes down. They can no longer start the Dragon. Getting a little bit too big for his boots.
I actually like them keeping the Dragon aggroed, because even if... Yep, there he goes. Levi has no vision. Now they can focus down Levi. Here we go.
Slater takes a huge chunk as well. Levi is the target, as you said. Already going low, going down. And now it's a pure 50-50. No smites involved. GAM is evacuating. This is just going to be Team Secret getting Soul.
Look at Carti. Carti has the long range.
He might be able to steal. But it's pulled out. They don't have vision. That is Soul for Secret. That was so well done there. As you said, keeping it aggroed. Levi had to check. He had to.
That was amazing fundamentals. We almost never praise teams for stuff like that here, because most teams just go a little too hard in those situations and then don't have the necessary steps all lined up to get the soul, even if your jungler ins a bit. So that was just really well played. Perfect execution on the fundamentals. Pull out the dragon, force enemy jungler to check, then focus on enemy jungler, transition into zoning away the one tool they have to steal the dragon. That was really well done from Hero as well. Just attack Carti so he can't stay close enough to maybe get a lucky steal. It's the soul, even without smite, perfectly played from Secret, and this team is showing up today. This should have been the point for a 2-0, but even after fumbling game number 1, they just went back to the drawing board. They came in with an interesting draft. Hero back on LeBlanc, and it's working so well.
It absolutely is. He has been fantastic this game, as has Eddie. I do want to keep giving him some props. Husmed bouncing back after a shocker of a game 1 has really performed on this Cassante. So far, Kiai has been very, very quiet on this Renekton. Oh, God, I hate this champion so much. As Hero is just a one-man army down here. Needs to be a bit careful as Levi does come and help out. But of course, still LeBlanc still gets away from absolutely everything. And the rest of Team Secret now coming to back him up. And they can just continue plinking down this tower.
Looks a bit toxic to play against this champion, especially when it's pretty far ahead. That is so much
LeBlanc
free damage.
LeBlanc like should definitely still be in the game. Like, definitely isn't just toxic at every level of design. Like, she's fine, I think.
I also like how there's always some toxic build people figure out after a while on LeBlanc. Remember when they changed her to only deal damage with the passive, and people just literally built all the active items in the game? So you didn't deal any damage with any of your abilities. You just pressed Gunblade into whatever the other items were, and then the Lichbane follow up and the Luden's follow up, and all the items just dealt damage.
Yeah. I think they should bring back. I think we should bring back DFJ. That's my hot take. I think if people are allowed to have Static Shiv, I should be allowed to have DFJ.
That's not. How many patches of what was it called again? More HP, durability patches we need to bring all the old items back?
How many durability patches would we need to have before you could bring Feral Flare back?
Oh no. Just don't do this.
You don't want to see Warwick in professional games?
Nope, I do not.
Oh man, that patch. I genuinely want Atmos Impaler back. I used to love going when you went Warmog's Frozen Heart into Atmos with Jarvan top in like season 1.
How much crit chance was on that item?
I don't know off the top of my head.
You don't know? Oh, that's the 18%.
I don't know off the top of my head. 18%. What the hell?
Good design. Very good design. 18%.
Well, yeah, we'll bring back Brutalizer as well, the most underpriced item ever, because it was funny that it cost $13.37.
Well, not much is happening, as you can probably tell from what we're talking about right now. Baron, we're just all waiting for Baron right now, and I really don't want to keep watching Hero do these things. It's a war crime. Please just cut away. No one wants to see that harassment.
Oh, can we have Twin Shadows with New Glacial Augment?
Yeah, I like that.
I miss Spooky Ghosts.
Yeah, Spooky Ghosts was so much fun. Just GLP, Spooky Ghosts, Spot Lane, Malzahar. That was so much fun.
Hero will finally take another structure. He has gone full split push LeBlanc mode, as currently sitting at about 300 CS. He's looking very good in that department. He's just going to sit there the rest of the game, I feel, as they do try and turn something around, but Husmed splitting the fight up for now. Look at the damage going into the backside as Kung does manage to get away. Slater chunk incredibly low. Paulette just has to flash at Hero, but it doesn't even matter as he finds a way onto the Xayah regardless. They're trying to turn around. They do manage to pick up the Kha'Zix, but now you're in a terrible position as here comes Eddie on this Aphelios. They're just going to zone them off. They don't need to chase. At least they don't need to send Eddie to chase, as they'll just push him up the mid lane to try and take towers.
And this is exactly what you need to show as well as a team. A lot of teams have shown us that they are able to get advantages in the early game against GAM, but then so many teams fumble at the last step and can't actually get that win on the board. We have countless of times I've said they can't keep getting away with it.
Still stopping backs.
So,
Levi
there we go.
is very low, but he can't back in time. And Team Secret will pick up game 2. They play excellently. We thought GAM outdrafted them, but the inverse law of draft strength comes in once again, and Team Secret equalizes the series.
And if you can play LeBlanc like that, okay, first rotation LeBlanc. I concede. It's unbelievable play from Hero, but also such an amazing game from Eddie. You praised him in-game, but I was so worried about his performance after Xayah. His Xayah looked so good, and then he doesn't get the Xayah again. They prioritized it away from him, and I thought that was a really good tactic from GAM. But it turns out his Aphelios is insane, so here we go.
Yeah, and look at the stats. This Zaya just didn't exist. Slater dealt 5k damage in an entire game compared to nearly 20k out of Eddie. What a performance!
Yeah, and I think we also need to give credit to the support, or supporting cast in general, but also especially the support player in this case. Because what a performance from Taki. He looked a bit off. He had this one situation in the bot lane that looked really bad in the last game. Then also the situation around Baron where he just got caught and gave GAM a really good option to go get back into the game. So his Nautilus performance game 1, very questionable. But game 2, he was on his best behavior. That flash to block the Nautilus escape hook, that's the Taki we know and love.
And we'll have to see if we keep seeing what we know and love as we take a little break and get ready for Game 3. The series is equalized at 1-1. Don't go anywhere. This has been banger after banger.
Yeah, keep it simple. Drop a rock into the water, watch it ripple. Tides turn quick, just keep your head on a swivel. Competition getting stiff, I'm here to make you wiggle. You know me. Surround your whole town, make you yell siege. All-star, homie, this the king's speech. You can lock it down, we gon' still preach. Boy, preach. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Boy, you already know I'm the real wonder. Before I bring the storm, you gonna feel thunder. So your body count is up there with killmongers. How about you come take a look at some real numbers? Might just double up on you while I still slumber. I'm the living proof, I'm just coming through for the thrill of it. Room full of all-stars, we all guys. Somebody gotta be Zeus, I'll take charge. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Positive, negative, I'll take charge and shake eyes, remain great while I pay homage. They always said that pressure can make diamonds, so keep climbing all the way up, that's where you'll find me. Right next to the legends, I go off my brethren. Said goodbye to the old me. I'ma make sure that you know me. After this here, you gon' own me. Didn't choose a game, it chose me. You know what G-O means to an OG, let's go. Fight, who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Yeah, get your back off the wall. Come on, yeah, come one, yeah, come on. Get up, yeah, get your back off the wall. Come on, yeah, come one, yeah, come on.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny, you're searching for. Awaken.
Welcome back, everybody. There was much hullabaloo for game 2 as Team Secret does bring it even. See, that one was better your way. We do have an even series. We are 1-1, and it was a fantastic performance from Secret, frankly. Clockwork, you are back on the desk. You must be happy. What was your takeaways from Secret's performance?
I'm overjoyed. I'm overjoyed because this was a clean game from Secret. And one has a hard time saying clean game and VCS in the same sentence, even more clean game and Team Secret in the same sentence. But from the beginning, we have seen none of the back and forth skirmishes and maybe trades and mistakes that Secret had done in game 1. This was since minute 1, they took control of bot lane. They put a lot of resources, a lot of kills onto Eddie, and Eddie delivered. He was correctly positioned in all the fights. Team Secret could rely on him to take all the objectives, all the dragons, all the barons. They did everything according to the playbook, and surprisingly, what I was worried about, the LeBlanc and Kha'Zix's approach to team fight, actually was very smart, and Qiang played it very perfectly, always on the edge, especially the last team fight before they closed the game. This is what I was saying when Team Secret can take the series to game 5, and I want to see more of this.
Yeah,
I
was
think
just
it was
impressed
pretty
by them.
fantastic.
Exactly.
I completely agree. I think we need to maybe ban that LeBlanc. I think Hero's a little bit too good for it. Too good at it, I should say.
Also, the question becomes, Xayah priority didn't actually work out well in either team's favor. 2 Xayah games, 2 losses, and both teams. But we are into draft already, so we are moving really fast here. Get into it.
Speed running the draft. So yeah, LeBlanc at this point
LeBlanc
becomes
banned. Yeah.
something that already makes or break the series, and none of the team wants to have her around again. So wise to ban on GAM's side. Now there's again more jungler bans from Team Secret side, and the Rel keeps being Qiang's favorite. I think it's wise. I mean, the Kha'Zix was fine, but also he had the option to counterpick, and Secret don't seem to want to do that on blue side. So let's see what they put priority onto next.
And I mean, Taki had an amazing game on the championship, so the flex is very real for the side of Team. But honestly, probably preferred on Taki and Qiang with a little bit more damage, because it seems to be a very good damage jungler. Not entirely sure if he's the best tank jungler. So honestly, I like this first pick a lot. It gives so many flex options. Yesterday we saw a lot of Taliyah into the Rel as a counter in teamfights, but it doesn't seem to be that high priority here. It's that Jax on R2.
Ooh. Okay, so if I didn't like... Jax should have had hard lane against the Renekton, but Kaya did very fine in game 1, so I think this is warranted. It's one of Kaya's best champions, and he's totally not afraid to blind pick him. He's like, Hasmed, take your best counter. I'll still flip you all over the place. And so Secret does. I think this is another flex, but the Jace could either be in the mid lane or in the top lane. I don't think Hasmed has played too many games of Jace. They split just 1. But still, this is a great draft so far from Team Secret. They're leaving all their options open and keeping GAM in the dark.
I don't think we've seen much Jace top lane in general. It's pretty firmly a mid lane champion right now, so I expect that to be true as well. Interesting combination with Sejuani, because of course it's pretty easy to get melee auto attacks with the base onto the enemy mid laner, so pretty threatening combo. There's a lot of engage, and then you have poke from Jace. There's a little bit of a mismatch maybe, but let's see how they round out the competition. I could see a Kai'Sa. I like this Ziggs ban. I like the read here from the side of GAM to disable one of those super strong poke combinations. If you think about Ziggs and Jace on the same team, that is a lot of range, that is a lot of damage. So really like this read. Eddie also kind of a known Ziggs player, so GAM did their homework coming into this.
I'd like a Kai'Sa pick here from Secret, so they could still go for this poke composition, which is one of the solutions against the Zeri Lulu, because this at the moment is the threat on GAM's side. This Zeri Lulu can take over the game on their own, so you want to keep them at bay and poke them from far away until Lulu has run out of sustain. So let's see if they go for this choice.
Ezreal as well is also on
Right.
the table, I think. I agree, Kaiser is a good pick. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Eddie on that one, but I'd like to see him bring out his Ezreal here. I think it's actually got a lot of agency into Jax as well, can get away from him and sort of just keep him at bay forever.
Is there another mage he could play? I mean, we did see the Talia bot lane
I mean,
yesterday.
Karthus bot has a 60% win rate in solo queue.
Yeah, I think it's not long
Wow.
range enough. I was more thinking about long range to pair with the Jace. I don't think you play ADC Xerath, especially not into Zeri. That would be cool, but Xayah is just open, so yeah, of course, just Xayah again. His best champion, of course. It did lose 2 games in a row, but I think that's... Yeah, you shouldn't read too much into 2 losses of Xayah. She's still the super strong champion. This would be...
Hello. Okay. Oh, I was very hyped for a moment. Regardless, Gragas still a good pick. I think there's a bit of anti-synergy between Gragas and other AoE champs like Rel and Xayah. So they will have to play carefully around him, probably just use it to disengage and buy time instead of ulting in fights. And now there's a counter pick for whom? For Levi. They're giving what's left, that's a Vi. So here they have a very strong pick composition on GAM's side. With the charm.
I'm not
with the
sure about
Vi.
that.
This composition looks like it's a year old.
Yeah.
This was
The
summer
times-
2022 comp. Yeah, I'm not sure.
The times where we complained about Kati playing only Ari. And the Vi Ari, that's what qualified them to World Championship last year, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I get this vibe.
Yeah, I mean, it's very strong. You know, at level 6, it's kind of just a kill in the mid lane because you just use the Vi ult. The charm is the freest follow-up in the world, and you kind of just die. But I think Vi kind of struggles a little bit in team fights. I think she might be vulnerable to getting very far ahead of her team. If the Vi goes in, you can kind of Gragas barrel everyone else back, kill the Vi, and then just do the 2-stage fight. That's execution heavy though from Team Secret. That does actually, you do need to do that. It doesn't just do itself.
There's
So
also
we'll see
the
how it
problem with
goes.
Xayah. So Vi into Xayah is always a bit...
Yeah, who like Levi here has no obvious targets.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's tricky for sure. Well, I need a prediction from both of you, and I need justification.
This is challenging. So if Secret play like in game 1, then it's probably GAM. But like here, there's a lot on Slater. This is the Zeri that he will need to pilot to be the real carry. Ari won't win the game. Jax may help, but he's not the solo carry. So there's a lot on Slater and Palette. So if the bot lane goes as the first 2 games for GAM, I'm edging for Secret here.
Clockwork is edging for Secret as we head on to the Rift. It'll just be me and your way. And Husmed early on, just giving Kiaya what for.
Okay, so I can see what Clockwork is going for, but I feel like the Zeri is a bit too strong. Slater has shown amazing performances on Zeri. Played 1 game in the series last week or 2 weeks ago where he went 17-2. He already had a good Zeri game today. So I feel like breaking the Zeri is gonna be a pretty difficult task with this composition. So I kind of feel like GAM has the edge this game, but let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, we will have to see. As again, Kragus early on is such a silly champion.
Prague is a silly champion full stop. All the time.
True. I don't disagree. But it should just be a bit of a farm fest in the top side. Kiaya probably gets priority, but can't really kill Husmed. Eventually, Husmed will get enough AP and mana to be able to spam clear the waves, and everything will even out. But yeah, top lane has been quiet so far these first 2 games, and frankly, I think it'll probably stay quiet.
Yeah, most likely. Top lane seems to be really low priority for both of these teams so far, which, I mean, yeah, it's a pretty AD carry, strong AD carry meta. There are some top lane champions you can play around, and maybe the Jax is one of them where you want to invest a little bit more time because he can really be, grow into a win condition, even if he's maybe not right now, but if he gets a bit ahead, like this...
Husband, well, yeah, he doesn't die, does manage to get away, but... needs to be very careful.
He can't afford to die solo to Kiaya. That's too much of an advantage for Kiaya. Dying to a gang. Okay, Hero.
Okay, Hero. Got the moves. Calls in Kang. And first blood for Hero. Wowie zowie.
Okay, maybe the Jace is actually the pick here. I was still a bit skeptical because we've had some very questionable Jace performances in the VCS over the years, compared to some of the big Asian leagues where the Jace is running the show. But look at that, he knows his combos.
He does. Carty did the smart thing, just denied the assist by just going under tower. So it was still technically just that solo kill, but I don't think Team Secret mind that a Sejuani doesn't get too much gold. They want it all on that Jace. This is a very, very good start for him. And I was going to say it in draft. I didn't quite get the chance. Is that if you've got a top laner roll swap to mid, Jace is a damn good mid laner
for sure. I was just thinking about that as well, because Hero, of course, loves those champions. And he doesn't have flash now, so that could backfire right now, immediately.
He does have his gate and the knockaway. He's fine.
Face rush is pretty good too.
Yeah. This is annoying for him because he doesn't have TP, so it's actually really hard for him to get back to lane.
Slater just flashed.
Slater just...
Yeah, that flash was not it. Slater really wanting to accelerate himself once again as Zeri, because yeah, he knows what he can do with a few kills, but now he's without flash. I don't think that's a big opportunity though for the enemy team, because Sejuani and Drell ganking a Lulu Zeri lane just doesn't seem possible to me. They're too slow. Champions just move 10 times faster on the red side, so it feels like Colette and Slater might have to be a little bit on the back foot now without the flash, but they should be fine. They shouldn't die.
They shouldn't die, but I feel like it takes away an opportunity for Levi. I think Levi doesn't necessarily need to, but he does want to find early impact on the Vi, wants to use that early power. You're flash down on your ADC, you probably don't want to go bot now. So just potentially losing out, not so much falling behind because of it, but losing the opportunity to pull ahead.
Levi in this game a little bit more active, maybe? Or he should at least be a bit more active compared to the tank junglers. He's on the Vi now, so you should try to make something happen. It looks to me like Hasmid is a pretty juicy target once it's level 6, because he's dangerously close to dying too many times in this lane, and you have insane burst on Vi.
Oh, Hero's in trouble. Bad timing as Levi has arrived, but doesn't land the initial wall breaker. As Kang is here, but can't convert the damage. They go on to Levi. There's no way out. No, never mind. Flash is a pretty good one. Does land a tag. Can Hero get a shock blast? No, he can't. Everyone survives, but GAM are on their heels.
Is Hero just better?
I think Hero is just a little bit cracked.
Our mid lane is just all shit. I mean, we've said this for a long time. Oh, here we go. No flash.
The flash forward. The cleanse is bad from Slater. He just dies.
Taki! I love this player so much.
Tarking.
Man, Taki is instilling a lot of fear into GAM, because he was, of course, one of the players who won the best of 5 against GAM last year at this stage, upper bracket final. SGB was the first team to win in best of 5 against GAM in a split that actually mattered in a long time. And Taki, one of the playmakers, and here's here again. What a difference of a performance on this champion compared to Nautilus.
I mean, look, we've always known that Taki is incredibly good.
Correct.
But we've been waiting to see more of it. He's been quiet for a split or two with SGB having some woes. But on this Team Secret team, he's just really able to express his skill.
so interesting how Eddie and Taki have transformed each other. Mostly Taki transformed Eddie. We talked about this last week when we cast their or talked. I was not casting. I was just analyzing the game. But it really feels like Eddie was one of the weakest laners. I mean, stats support that claim. And then Taki came in, one of the best laners in terms of support positioning. Him and Palette have always been the best laners, being more of the late game or mid game player. And the way Taki enables Eddie and lane to shine and do more stuff in the early game is amazing. And Eddie has always been pretty decent in the mid and late game, right? But his early game, just a bit too weak to be up there with the best players. But it seems like they just needed a Taki. Just a Taki alongside you, and suddenly everyone can play amazingly.
Yeah, I mean, and I've got a lot of hope for this Team Secret team. This Team Secret is a team I've always had a bit of a crush on. I know we sort of let Clockwork be the Team Secret guy, but I really like this team. The fact that Team Secret, who is that big org, came into the VCS, took over the low-key slot after their drama. I've really wanted them to succeed, always. And I think maybe they finally assembled the 5 that they can succeed with.
They have iterated on their 5 more than most teams say, right? Because who would think to put Hero back into the mid lane when you have Artifact on the bench, MVP caliber in the last split, and has such a tenured career? You would just think, okay, we have a mid laner, we have a star mid laner, of course he plays, even if he has a few bad days, but Team Secret very quick to try different options. Seems like Hero, especially in this meta, is just one of the best mid laners in the league.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing really, really well. It's like he's got a lot to prove. And I'm super happy for him. I love seeing it. I love seeing the way they play around him. Now, I will admit he has been benefited by the meta. I think when you can play AD LeBlanc and just go side lane, that helps you if you're formerly a top laner.
Then Jace. Pretty good.
And then Jade.
Pretty decent.
Yeah. Yeah, not bad. Then again, I think AD LeBlanc, maybe, I think I could play pro if I could go AD LeBlanc every game. It doesn't exactly take a lot of skill. Can you tell I don't like the champion? But anyway, it's not in this game, as Hazmed is now being threatened by a gank, but belly bot. Hey, and turn it around in the mid lane as Carty goes down. Palette's trying to be fearsome, but he is just a little Lulu.
And it's snowballing out of control, the whole map situation. It doesn't look like a big snowball, but it's actually, it's bleeding into other lanes now, because the bot lane advantage really enables them to set up this really nice gank. They have first movement on Taki, and they know top lane is probably under attack, because they need to attack top lane on GAM's side. So Hazmed once again just plays it safe in his top lane positioning. Bot lane has push on Eddie, and they get first move on mid lane, get the kill. With the jungler and support working together, another kill for the Jace, and we have seen so many games where Jace just completely takes over the whole game. I believe there was a game with Knight on Jace with
Cut away.
Yeah, don't talk about it. Like 10 kills or something. So Hero is in a really, really strong position now.
Yeah, he is. He is really powerful. Has the Dirk, has the boots. This Ari from Carty so far just getting outclassed. Levi's not really had an impact on the map. Did manage to get a Rift Herald traded for the Dragon. So, can get some gold back. Don't get me wrong. He hasn't had a terrible early game, but he hasn't had the early game that Kang has.
Actually, maybe the champion pool of Carty's should really be under more scrutiny here, because he is the mid laner, right? But where's his Jace?
Yeah.
Jace has been a mid lane champion for a while now. Why is he not prioritizing the Jace? The Ahri is kind of like... It almost feels a bit lazy to play Ahri in this meta. I mean, as I said, looking at this composition, it feels like this comp was a comp from a year ago, with the Vi Ahri combination that was dominating all of the summer last year. So,
is it not even going to charge?
Oh, beautiful!
Shocker!
Really nicely done from Kyung, just ignoring the Zeri damage there, because at this stage she can't really threaten a kill on the Sejuani, and just focusing down that eye. So once again, more denied from GAM. They can't equalize the gold, and even though it's still pretty close, with Hero scaling up and getting in super early tier, he is gonna be a mid-game menace.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really... it's a good play by Kang, but I mean, I just don't think you should ever be dropping the Herald where that can happen. I think it's just sloppy from Levi, frankly. It's a bit lazy. You don't want to see it. It is that 1,000 gold lead. An interrupt on the back just really rubs salt in the wounds. Team Secret look good.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing GAM on even grounds, maybe even the better team so far in the first 3 games, I'd say. They should have won game 1. They stomped almost game 2, and they're looking better in game 3. More diversity in terms of champion pool, seem to be working together really well. I really like Hyung's early pathing most of the time. He's even ahead in CS against Levi of all people. So, I mean, him being able to step up to the best jungler of all time in the VCS is such a huge boon for the team, because we know other players on this team are good, right? We've seen Casper in finals before. We've seen Taki. We know Eddie has potential. Hero, okay, he's more of an unknown, but he has had some really good weeks in recent times. So it's the biggest question mark in this team, especially when it comes to fighting against Levi, is Kyung, and he's holding up so far.
He really is. Paulette takes a bit of a hit, but GAM does have big priority on the Dragon. Do Team Secret want to do this? They'd have to call Husmed's teleport, which they can do, but I don't think they have to. I think you can just back off. You don't need to fight into the early game 1-item vibe when you don't have an item on your Sejuani. Just back off, crash a wave into the tower.
Should be stronger though. Look at Hero's items. He's insanely strong. And Eddie is pretty strong as well. I think they should stand their ground here. They could win this one.
Yeah, and they do get some early damage onto Levi. There's the Dragon secure, but can they get kills to make up for it? Levi managed to get away for now. No one has gone down. It's Flashes burned, but GAM come out on top.
It's just the smite difference this time. Just talking up Kyung, and then he loses the smite fight. But of course, Levi had the better positioning there. So it goes to GAM. This could have been horrible for them. They were very close to losing that team fight, but unfortunately, a little bit of miscommunication or not the greatest coordination between Taki and Husman there in the fight. But in the end, it doesn't really change much about the game. Delays a potential Dragon Soul, I should say. A little bit more time for either team if they fall down in the next few minutes, but overall it just sets up a very interesting mid-game for both teams.
That it does. Yeah, look, I think Kung hasn't betrayed any of the praise. He lost a 50-50 smite. It happens, man. It's a coin flip. There's not much you can do about that. It wasn't really his fault. Kiaya does get knocked away. Saving his tower, though, is just trying to farm up on the Jax. Has not really been able to make an impact so far. But,
Husman is pretty squishy. He needs to be careful.
He is. He has the party barrel, though. Questionable use of it. He's just going to leave, but this will be the tower for Slater.
Yeah, he played it a little bit too nervously, I feel like. He could have just used the ultimate to clear the wave and buy much more time. Even if he dies there, if the wave goes down, buy so much time for the mid lane, your team can probably take 2 towers. So a bit too jittery, a bit too trigger happy on that ultimate. And pays the price. A full tower to Slater, who is the win condition, I'd say, for GAM. If Slater gets ahead, if Slater gets to 3-4 items, it's pretty hard to contain him with this team composition. So they need to be careful. They need to still be on their best behavior, especially against the Zeri, which is backed up by Palette Lulu, one of the best Lulu players of all time in the VCS.
Yeah, the way he presses those R buttons, truly unmatched. I'm joking, of course. He is a fantastic Lulu. Mid lane tower just needs a stiff breeze. And you mentioned that the Zeri could get out of control. Is that not also true of Eddie?
So the difference is Zarya kind of always plays the same, right? Even if she's a bit behind, she can still do all those feather combos and deal a lot of damage, be very threatening. But Zeri really transforms from just a slightly annoying thing in the backline to the carry that just wins the whole game, right? And they don't really have the greatest CC to contain her in the late game. If you look at it, all the slow things that he has, I mean, the best thing is probably a body slam.
Oh, not the best vault breaker from Levi, but I don't think there's an escape regardless. Drops the party barrel, is going to try and escape. gets a few ultimates out, but ultimately nothing that can really be done. Eddie will use the time to knock over the mid tower, but that was sort of a foregone conclusion.
I like the focus on Husmet, just get a little bit of free gold. Mid tower was going to go down for the next wave anyway, as you said earlier, at like 2 HP left. So just a little bit of free gold collected. They get the top tower too in trade for the bot tower. So the game is just accelerating with all the towers going down. A lot of gold for everyone, which means everyone is going to hit their items a little sooner. And the next dragon fight should be quite interesting with those item power spikes coming in.
Eddie, in some trouble, needs to force this one off. Of course, still has the ults. They can't commit to a dive, but they do force Husmed's TP.
I feel like Husmet is just playing this game very on the edge. He should calm down a bit. I'm not sure if his teleport really was necessary there, because Eddie has flash, he has cleanse, he has ultimate. How can they ever kill him there under tower? Like, that was just a little bit of a panic call. Maybe it was actually Eddie's call. He just screamed for help, and Husmet heeded that scream, but I think Husmet really needs to calm down a bit. He's going for the more risky build, right? The AP build. Didn't have to go for it. They have a lot of damage on the other position, so Husmet is in a position where he could cost his team the game. He needs to be... Yeah, he just needs to play super well in the next few minutes, because the last few died, he got dove, he lost the tower. Not the greatest.
Yeah, he's been... Yeah, it hasn't been amazing, but let's see if he has an impact in teamfights before we judge him too harshly. Levi on a ward, caught out, burst down. Can they actually get the kill? The Lulu ult buying a lot of time. Surely they kill him, though. Hero will get him. Can they turn this into anything more? TP coming in. Can they collapse on it? Slater over the wall. They can't get onto Kiaya. He just leap strikes away with the evasion. Eddie fishing with the ult. I don't think he's going to get punished for it, because it should just be secret getting dragon.
They can't attack him again, so it's kind of fine to use it aggressively. Always a little bit spicy if you use Zarya ult aggressively, especially when the enemy team has Jax and Vi, so it's... you probably don't want to do that again in the game, but here it was fine. They get the second dragon for their team. Now, as I said earlier, because the second dragon, the second actual dragon of the map went to GAM, this is not going to put them on soul point, but still one dragon closer. They'll have a path to victory, and Slater's going crazy.
Slater, he's just lost his mind.
Good punish for Husmet. I mean, he didn't see Husmet, so he didn't know Husmet was there to cover for Eddie. If Eddie has no cover, Slater probably gets the kill there, but very risky play and almost reeks of desperation for GAM. They're 1 and 5 down now in kills.
What that smells like to me is that Slater had no impact in game 2. He had an incredibly quiet game. He can feel this game starting to slip away, and he's desperate to have an impact. He's like, I can't have 2 games in a row where I basically do nothing and lose. So he's desperate to have an impact. He goes for a play like that, and it blows up in his face.
So, well, I'm still a bit salty that GAM went for Slater instead of Artemis Hogan, but it's fine. Eddie definitely looking really crisp today, and 2-0 now against the 0-2 Slater. Better ADC of the two, at least in this game so far. But I think the big focus still needs to be on Hero. Amazing early game. That move was so cool. That first outplay on Carti. And now look at his items. He is gonna hurt. It's mid-game Jace time, and wow, killing him is gonna be really difficult, because if he gets a reset, he can reposition freely with his Dusk Blade, and we have seen so many interesting little dive plays for Jace with this new build, because he can actually sneak up onto your ADC, he's untargetable, and then he just transforms into melee form and dives on top of Slater. So there's a lot of potential for Hero. There's a lot that can go wrong as well, but there's a lot that can go right for him.
Yeah, 100%. It's just come down to execution, and frankly, after game 2, I think I have a lot of trust in Hero. I think he is the mid laner that was promised. And, you know, I'm a top lane player, so I just think we're the best in every role. Just put top laners in every role. We'll just win everything. As GAM getting vision control over Baron here. This is a strong position for them to be in as they hit the reset. But Husband still just, I mean, he's just PvEing. He hasn't seen a champion.
Probably for the better. I mean, all I'm hoping for in this series is the Vladimir angle. I want to see that champion again on Hero's hands. one of the most legendary Vladimir players here.
It's true.
I haven't seen Vladimir.
No, me neither. He just hasn't been good for a while.
Bit too weak in the early game, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that he's not a champion until level 9 is a bit, cringe, unfortunately. TS take back control over the Baron pit. They know where Slater and Paulette are. They're not going to pull the trigger on anything, given that they have absolutely no other vision. But they are taking that control and just slowly isolating GAM out. It's kind of wild. You know, we have 6 kills in 22 and a half minutes in the VCS, but it still feels like the teams are doing stuff.
Yeah,
which
it's
is
a high
such an
pressure game
improvement.
for sure. There's not a lot of downtime. They always have to move up, and there we go again.
And a catch straight in onto Paulette. Ooh, the bad party barrel. Unfortunate.
He flashed away. That was
the flash.
I
I know. Yeah, it wasn't his fault, but it ends up being a bad party barrel, is what I was trying to say. With the flash, so Paulette does get away. That should stop any actual attempt at starting Baron. And Husmed comes in, throws one barrel, and then goes back to farming.
I actually really love that play from Secret because they didn't overcommit to a fight. They just wanted to fish for one summoner spell. Because look at the clock, look at your left side of the screen, 50 seconds away, as the timer is a bit funky. But yeah, about 50 seconds away from the Ocean Dragon spawning. And now the enemy support that is very, very squishy has no summoners to work with. So just go for him again in the next team fight, and the next team fight is going to be a dragon as a prize. So I really like those little plays because, of course, it's just an ultimate traded, and Kiang's ultimate is almost off cooldown again. And essentially, you just got 2 summoners for free. So now GAM in a very, very difficult position to fight this third dragon for Team Secret, and if they go to soul points, suddenly there's so much pressure on the whole map.
Yeah, I completely agree. Slater's flash as well. It's going to be fairly close. He should have it by the time the teams actually clash, but he won't have it right as the dragon spawns. GAM on the top side, on vision as well. They could threaten a Baron take to get Team Secret off dragon.
Well,
That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, very smart. Just playing with positioning on the map. It's still a bit dangerous because, of course, Paulette still has no flash, so if he doesn't position super... Oh! Taki.
They go in onto Taki. Interesting decision of target. Barrel thrown in, just kind of knocking them around. They're going to trade back onto Levi. Support for jungler. They need to try and get onto Slater, though. He's going to be a big threat. But the ults run out, which means Zeri is just fundamentally not as scary. Now Team Secret in the position where they could choose to start Baron. I don't think they really need to. I think they could just go to Dragon your way.
Yeah, I'm having flashbacks to that game number 1. That wasn't the greatest side, but it looks like they actually have the time here.
Couple. Yeah, but Kati coming back in off a teleport. Kiaya doing a lot of work. Eddie has flash, though. Repositions away. Kang just has to hit the smite, which he does. Now, evacuate Secret. They probably lose Dragon for this, but you take that every day.
Yeah, and in this case, the dragon doesn't mean much, right? Because it's so delayed in terms of the soul. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. And Slater, what have you done, my boy?
Slater, that is a shocker. Walks forward for absolutely no reason and just gets put in the hole.
And that's Dragon as a prize as well. So they went for 1 mid lane tower and might have just lost the whole game for his team. Because Team Secret is going to take mid inner, mid outer. No, outer was already down, sorry. But they are even threatening inhibitor because they know that they don't actually have to run at Dragon immediately. Playing it by 1 more minute, who cares? And they have the inhibitor, they have the super minions or like Baron empowered minions. So instead, they just take the mid inhibitor. They can now pivot towards Dragon. But let's take another look at this fight. Taki a bit too aggressive. That was a really good punish, I'd say, for GAM, turning onto the support immediately. They knew they actually had the damage, but now Levi's in a horrible place. He's not a tank, so he just goes down very quickly, and from here on out, the fight is just lost. As you pointed out very well in the cast, Slater without ultimate is just not a threatening champion, right? He just walking around, not really doing anything. Yaya almost turns around the whole situation.
Party!
I didn't actually see what he did there. What did Carter do?
He missed everything.
Nice.
Just contributed. The Ari contributed absolutely nothing to that fight.
Yeah, we have to go back to the Ari, right? The Ari pick. We were very very curious about the Ari performance and also said, okay, this is not really that great right now. And we're back to Vi Ari, and it has backfired horribly for the GAM. They are very close to facing match point here.
They're going to try and dive
Oh!
Husband. He just goes cold and a
Whoa.
fantastic belly bop into the party barrel. Levi's going to die. Husband, let's go.
That was beautifully done. That was exquisite Grongus play. And yeah, he goes down, but who cares? They are just pushing down the inhibitor, by the way. Hello, Jax?
Yeah.
Ari? Where are you?
I mean, they're just taking the base. They traded onto Husband and he went 1-for-1. I'd like to remind you, this was an R5 Vi. This was like a final, haha. Look, I've drawn my last pathetic card, Kaiba. Like, pulled out a Vi. It's done nothing. I have to say it, GAM looks awful this game.
Yeah, they have really not looked like the GAM we know and love, especially in the jungle and ADC position, I'd say, and Kati as well. I mean, we've seen this from Kati before. On some of the champions, he just doesn't really do anything. He's sometimes just not really connected to the game, and we almost never see that from Levi. But in this game, it's more desperation than not being there. Levi has tried to go in on multiple things. This was a beautiful E, and of course, Gragas E taking priority over everything is always a really nice tool to deal with. He was so unlucky that that didn't kill, because if that E kills, I think he stays alive. I think Yaya doesn't have the damage to kill him there.
I agree. GAM getting forced out of their own jungle once again. Red buffs are secured for Secret. They're pushing in on the final non-base tower. They picked up another inhib. Excuse me, during that replay. Look at the damage coming in. Levi's the target. This Vi continuing to do absolutely nothing. Party barrel is good. Goes in, dies. Taki gets a 3-man into the backside. Slater is the target. They haven't quite killed him, but they will now. They trade Husband for it, but who cares? As they take down 5. And we are on the cusp of Team Secret picking themselves up game 2. Eddie with a triple kill, and they will take a 2-1 lead over GAM with qualification for Worlds merely 1 game away.
They are 1 game away from Worlds for the first time ever. Team Secret has never done it. Loki back in 2019, our first year. They made it to Worlds and they became Team Secret. So this is in honor of Lord Hani, if you want to say that. But they're still 1 game away. Shouldn't overblow this, but it's such an amazing performance from this team. Sunday Secret is real.
Sunday Secret is absolutely real. They just... Game 1, I think, was a close game that ended on coin flips and mistakes. Game 2, Secret were definitely the better team, but GAM had signs of life. This looked like, if you go and watch, like, the first place team against, like, the 7th place team. This was different classes, and I never thought I'd be saying that about GAM. Hero was the best mid laner, despite being a top laner. Husmed, I mean, he knew exactly what his role was after a weak game 1. He comes back and just goes, I know what I have to do this game. I'm going to die a little bit. I don't care. And Eddie, he's better than Slater in this series. He is the better AD carry on the Rift.
Yeah, now it's all eyes on GAM in game number 4. They are facing match point for the first time in a year. I think pretty much exactly a year, because they were never really close to going down. They lost, of course, that best of 5 against Saigon Buffalo, against Taki, against Husmed, incidentally, last year in the upper bracket final, and they are very close to losing yet another upper bracket final. Now, of course, they did come back and 3-0'd them in the finals, but honestly, we care. Who really cares? It's like World's qualification is now, so Secret, they are going to take that any day. If they can guarantee World's berth.
I'm sure, but I don't want to start counting them out of finals. If they play like this, they can win a final.
Absolutely.
But we have 1 more game your way. We are not done. This is a best of 5, so we are going to go to 1 more break. Potentially our last break, I should say. And to see if Secret can lock this one up. Say your prayers. Lord Hani is smiling. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Well, here in game 3, GAM looked pretty free as Team Secret go up 2-1. I'm getting better every game your way. As Team Secret do take the lead. This is the first time ever, or at least in a long time, they've been in the lead in a best of 5 against GAM. They are 1 game away from Worlds, and I've got to say, GAM looked completely deflated last game. Clockwork, I'm going to go to you as our dedicated analyst. What went right for Team Secret, and what went wrong for GAM?
Right. So in game 2, after game 2, we talked about how Team Secret was just playing the better game, and GAM, it wasn't really their fault about making mistakes and so on. But here in this game, GAM did several mistakes, which is not the first time, actually. We have seen them making mistakes against a number of opponents, but however, they always came out on top regardless because they're better at punishing opponents' mistakes. And Secret did not allow them to do so. Every misposition, like Slater being out of position, or for example, also the Vi pick, it was invalidated immediately by Kang's pathing. It's like Secret covered everything and forced them to make mistakes and then punish them. It was like, this is very uncharacteristic. Carrick, you said during draft for game 2 that maybe Secret is already crumbling mentally. It's actually GAM.
I completely agree. They looked shattered. I really think I don't think there was any sort of je ne sais quoi in the draft. Like they went this RE vibe that we were saying. It's like that's just a year ago. That's just not meta right now. You saw that Carty just got dunked on by Hero. He went absolutely crazy on the Jace. He played really, really well. Sure, he fell off a little bit as the game went on, but that doesn't matter. It's kind of his job. Your way, go ahead.
So one thing historically that is true for GAM, even though we bring this up all the time when there's a close series, they have a really bad Game 5 record, but they also have an amazing Game 4 record. So they are not the team that usually tilts after 3 games. When it's 2-1 against them, they usually win Game 4. So this is something they can rely on. This core has been together for such a long time. They always make it to Game 5. And usually in Game 4, it's actually pretty stompy. If you think back to the year against Flash, I predicted Flash to win 3-1 in the summer final, but nope, GAM came back and won game number probably. I don't know. I can't actually remember the game. But they did win. They did go to 5 games, and they almost always go to 5 games. So yes, Team Secret should have won in 3 games already, because one game the GAM won was a fumble from Team Secret around Baron. So we could have been done with this series, but breaking GAM in Game 4 is a really, really difficult task. If Team Secret can do this and go to Worlds after this game, they really deserve it. They are probably our best team, like just straight up.
I 100% agree. I really agree with that. I think the only thing I could really point is I think Husmed's been a bit quiet. Last game, that was fine. It was sort of his role. He didn't need to do very much, but I think game 1 and 2, he was clearly the worst top laner. Maybe we could start playing around Kiaya, giving him something that he can really carry on, and send Levi up there. But everywhere else on the map, it just feels like Team Secret's just been better. Taki has been incredible, as he always is. Taki is a fantastic player. But did we really expect Eddie to solidly outperform Slater, even off the Xayah pick?
This has been incredible, specifically in the bot lane, because so Eddie's finally showing that the decision on the side of Secret to replace Slater for him was wise. It took a while to manifest, it to become apparent, but now it's not just like one game where he played better. He's played better like 3 games out of 4, 3 games in a series. And if it's like another Secret win here, it's like 4 games where you solidly outplay one of the best AD carries in the league. So it's Eddie time, year of Eddie. I'm quoting Milky.
Yeah, I mean, Milky vindicated, and you know how much that hurts us to say.
Yeah, I'm glad he's not here to hear us today.
Yeah.
That is not.
Yeah. Don't want to send him any clips. But seriously, going into game 4, I agree with you. You'll wait. GAM doesn't lose in 4. They just don't. They lose in 5. So if they are going to bounce back, where do you think it's going to come from?
So I'd say it has to start from mid lane. We talked a lot about the Vi and the Ahri, and it sounded like you actually didn't like the Vi more so than you didn't like the Ahri. I'm on the opposite
I didn't
end.
like the R5 Vi. I
That's
think if
fair,
Vi was
that's fair.
picked like R2, then I would have disliked the Ahri more. But R5 Vi is so egregious.
Yeah, that's a very fair. But I feel like the Ahri just didn't accomplish anything. I mean, it got solo killed in lane, and if you get solo killed as Ahri, then you're off to a really bad start, because you're never gonna outpace the Jace in damage, even if you solo kill him. Never mind him solo killing you. So I feel like we need to see Carti back on one of his stables. He played Syndra in the first game of Players, and Syndra is actually a pretty decent pick into LeBlanc. So maybe there's an angle to bait the LeBlanc and pick the Syndra into the LeBlanc to get a good matchup in mid lane, enable Carti to go back to one of his all-time great champions and just have a little bit more mid lane impact. Because if you look at these two teams and someone tells me that Hero is gonna outperform Carti, 6-time VCS champion Carti, I would tell you that that is just not okay. Like, Carti should never fall to Hero in mid lane. So there needs to be a better performance from the mid section of the game, but mostly Carti himself.
If I may add a different perspective, I think as much as it's painful to say, I want to see better from Levi. Not in the sense that he's playing bad, but I want to see him in some pocket pick, for example, because the standard pick haven't really been working. So something like the Kindred, something like the Lee Sin, not because he needs to carry. Okay, it's not going to be the Levi show if they want to win, because Kang can keep up with him. But what he needs to do is to play a champion that he's comfortable with, so he doesn't need to think about his own play, and instead cover bot side, because bot lane is the issue at the moment. They need to keep Slater afloat. In game 1, they managed to do this. Slater was being outplayed in lane, but they kept him giving plates, heals, resources, and eventually Slater carried. They need to do that again, but they cannot do it if Levi doesn't cover.
I think it's tricky. I do think it starts in draft. I like your idea of, baiting the LeBlanc and then picking the Syndra, but I think it's
dangerous.
It's really dangerous. Like, Carti has to stomp lane if you're going to give Hero his LeBlanc. See how it goes. Wukong is still an option. It's probably still just going to be banned by Secret. I do think it's really interesting that game 1, they do the 5 jungle bans, sort of recognize, maybe we don't need to. And then they just drop it after that and win both games.
Also gonna bring up another one that you are going to hate me for, Briggs, because no one wants to see that. But honestly, if I'm Carti's coach here and I look at the champions available, I think we go for an Azir Corki trade. I think Carti's better on both champs than Hero. And Hero is pretty likely to play Azir, so just pick Corki into the Azir and chill.
Yeah, look, I actually don't hate Azir Corki as much as other people do, because I think the package is very funny.
Love it.
I think the package is a very funny spell, and my judgment of how much I want to see a champion is directly how funny they are. Unfortunately, Azir is not very funny, so it kind of evens out. But
Eric's outing himself as a Larson #1 fan.
Very nice, very nice.
So I really I do agree with you. Like, jokes aside about it being a very boring matchup, I think it's smart. I also think just containing Hero and just saying you have to know how to play mid lane mages in the late game, because I think he's Azir in game 1. He had some really good defensive ults, but I don't think he was anything special. He wasn't, that I'm just going to stand 3 screens away and micro my soldiers perfectly. He wasn't able to do that. I think if you force him to do that, you do actually come out on top in that trade.
So they're teasing me with stage here. I'm not going to cut to draft till I actually see the champions on screen because they have been going back and forth between analyst desk and stage. So if you're wondering where the draft is at, yeah, same actually.
Yeah.
But,
It's
yeah,
almost,
it seems
GAM is probably saying, guys, can we play without the draft? Can we just like go
Can we
ourselves on the
blind
rig?
Yeah, can we do can we just like fight?
we are into draft. So game number 4 could be the last game of this series, and GAM on blue side, Team Secret on red side.
Ooh. So they also have the counter pick at their option. In GAM immediately takes the Zaya. Okay, so this is still a pick that can warp games, even if it hasn't been as impactful as we expected at the beginning. And now Secret is doing something different, going actually for Hazmet's pick. I mean, this can still be a flex. Hero also plays Cassante mid, so it can be anything. But still, it's a very different pattern from what they did in earlier games, which was give Kang comfort. Shuani.
So
The Sejuani is strange.
yeah, I think this opening from Team Secret is very strange to me. It can still work. It's a very strong front line, so they need a hyper carry. Didn't I say it? Okay, they're going back to comfort.
Yeah, this is GAM. The ship is sinking and they're plugging some holes.
Oh yeah.
They are just putting the most comfort of comfort into every slot. The Monkey, the Syndra. I mean, if you're not going to win on these, you're not going to win.
So usually you would want a pretty safe ADC here, but you kind of need a hyper carry. Yeah, I like the Zeri pick. I was thinking about Zeri because you need damage, but you also need a little bit of safety against the likes of Wukong and also Syndra ultimate. So I think Zeri waiting at the outskirts of the fight and then choosing the right moment to go crazy with the big front line here is quite a good choice. I like this. Eddie Zeri, I think it's decent. It's not his most prolific champion, but he should be able to have his impact in this game.
I expect the Lulupan coming here to follow up. I don't think GAM will allow them to pick the Zeri Lulu combo, even if when they played it, it wasn't that impactful. It didn't manage to scale properly. Alistair is one support to leave. And there's also the option now for, I think the Secret will keep their counter pick for support. They already see the mid laner, so now Hero can choose what he play. GAM will probably ban another mid laner. Maybe the Zir is still open, so
Looks like a really good Braum game to me. Secret. Good against Zaya, it's pretty decent against Syndra as well. I feel like the Braum looks tasty, especially if the enemy team picks an engaged support. If this is something like, where's Rel? She's back. Okay, so if this is Nautilus and Leona,
I'm about to say something. This is Taki. You know what's actually the best Taki support pick here?
Rumble.
Silas.
Silas.
Steal a Wukong ult.
Very spicy.
I mean, he's done it before. And we do get it a Kali. Okay, I mean, that's another champion that has been a top laner at the same time, so that's good for Hero.
If I like it. Into Zaya. I think into Syndra it might be strong on the late game, especially with all the threat on the other champions. So Akali is probably going to have a little bit of time to choose her moment. But this is pretty conditional damage now with the Zeri and Akali. So if GAM plays their cards correctly, if they zone the enemy team, well, the enemy team as a Secret might run out of damage or free damage to deal, like the Jace damage, right? Or the Kaiser damage we've seen so many times. Team Secrets is very committed. They have to go in to deal damage, so it's a bit scary to play this kind of team composition.
I think Clockwork has lagged out, so hopefully he comes back in before we get back into this. But Gwen, the final pick for Kiaya, good pick into the Cassante, of course.
Yep, give Kiaya a carry, because so far he has been the better top laner. Makes a lot of sense. I think GAM has actually identified what they have to do. I love this Braum pick. This is such an amazing Braum game. And yeah, it was pretty easy to see, but there's also not a lot that GAM can do to counter. The only thing they can kind of do to prevent the Braum there is go for like a Lulu or something, but then you're picking a blind Lulu, so maybe the enemy team has something else to counter.
Oh, wait, we don't see swaps here. Because they take the draft way before they do the swaps. This could be Cassante mid Hazmet Akali.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Hazmet Akali is legendary. And Akali to Gwen is such a volatile matchup. Not sure if I like that.
It also gets the Cassante away from the Gwen.
That is very true. And
I think there is an opportunity. Exactly. I think we could genuinely see that. I don't think it was picked for that. I don't think that was the idea. But I think it could happen. Now, as you can tell, our Italian has unfortunately been raptured. He's back. Hello.
Not yet. Okay, you'll have to update me a bit on the last two pick for either side before I can give a prediction. I have been yanked.
So we have Gwen and Nautilus for GAM to round their composition. So it's Gwen. What's the jungler?
Okay. That's one interesting pocket.
It was Wukong jungle.
Yeah, Gwen, Wukong, Syndra, Zarya, and Nautilus. And for Team Secret, we have Akali or Cassante top lane, then Sejuani jungle, the other one in the mid lane, and Zeri and Braum in the bot lane.
Zeri and Braum. Interesting composition.
The Braum is strong.
Yeah, I really like the Braum. And these are ingredients that can craft the recipe for the pancake. The 3-1 would be the ultimate pancake on Secret side. However, there's also great comfort on GAM, and this is exactly what they need to just, not worry about what champion they're playing, but focus on fixing the mistakes that have been haunting them in game 3 specifically, maybe even game 1. But still, I want to see 5 games, so this time I'm going for GAM.
Betting against Team Secret from Clockwork. Yep, Hazmet's on Akali.
Good call. I love that call. Yeah, I kind of just lost over that because Hero is also an Akali player, right? So I just thought, okay, it's just a Hero thing. But yeah, Hazmet Akali, it produced some of the most legendary plays in the VCS and all the time we have covered this player. So excited to see him back. It's double Ignite top lane too, so they're not holding back here. Yaya against Hazmet for round number 550 or something, and this time both on Ignite and Teleport, and both on Squishy, AP, Burst, and everything champion. So this is going to be spicy up in the top lane for the first time.
It absolutely is. I think this is really, really clever. Getting the Cassante away from the Gwen. Yaya doesn't just get a free lane. Hero, he can play Cassante. We know he can. Hazmet not winning that first trade. Still needs to be careful. Maybe he needs to get back into the rhythm of the Akali.
But
as you said,
so interesting.
Yeah, it really is. He used to be absolutely incredible at this champion. Genuinely world class.
Let's see if he still has it. So far, level 1 definitely not going his way, but that's most. I feel like energy champions don't struggle too much with fast setting because you can use as much of your resource as you want because it's coming back so quickly. So, trading energy for the map position, fine. Now, this one is another champion we need to keep our eyes on because it's Wukong for Levi. I'm not entirely up to date with his overall win rate, but last split he was something like 17-1, 18-1. His win rate on Wukong was unbelievable.
It's very true. His Wukong was absurd. We were just constantly screaming to ban it. Now, it looks like they want to pressure Hazmet under tower. He doesn't have a flash, which means he will go down a swift first blood, and that's a disaster.
Oh, that's so bad. He loses so many minions. There was the cannon going down. At least it's a cannon wave, so the minions don't disappear instantly. I mean, he does lose the cannon, but he's now 2 levels down. The kill also went over to Kiaya, so it's really the worst of all situations that he could ever think about for Hazmet.
I really wanted to note, I didn't quite get a chance because Levi was pathing towards top while the Sejuani was pathing the other way, and I really think that was a mistake out of Kang. I think it was so obvious to path top. What are you doing in the bot lane? You're not ganking bot.
Yeah, the problem is he never gets a kill if he ganks top. So,
but you counter gank.
Yeah, it's true. Kiang probably just told Hazmet to play defensively and then is now spam pinging top lane once again, because, yeah, that's what we all do when we play League. Spam ping top lane for doing weird stuff. But now Kiang, a little bit ahead in experience, I feel, so he might be able to get something done here, fading.
Can't steal the Gromp. The smite was there for Levi. I don't think you want to keep chasing this either, because we'll just go through the tower. Levi's low. Husmed just going for a bit of a surf. I don't think you can dive this. Not with the Gwen W.
Yeah.
Levi, Wukong trickery. It's just going to be proxying a wave.
Way too hard to hit Levi with the all-important CC. You would have to guarantee that the Q lands, as bot lane is a scrap as well, but Braum is a pretty solid champion. Just able to hide behind there. But Eddie losing both of the summoners and Taki also losing exhaust. So that was quite the scrap. And Taki, you still need to be careful. You are very tanky, but...
He is, but just need to be a little bit careful. GAM looks revitalized in this one. Facing down a match point absolutely just fills them with some determination, as they are so far dominating the first 5 minutes.
Oh, Asmod is even in CS. That's amazing. So at least Kiang kind of rectified his mistake from earlier, right? You called him out and not going towards the top lane, but he bought a lot of time for Hasmid because Kiaya had to help out Levi. So at least Hasmid is able to keep up in CS. Obviously, he's still behind because, oh, Kiaya got a kill. But this is still an Akali. That champion has a lot of execute damage, so maybe he can turn it around with his own solo kill in...
Well, maybe doesn't need a solo kill, because here comes Kang. They just need to get the CC, make sure everything is safe, and down he goes. Husmed's back on the board.
And that's something you almost never see from Kiaya. Such bad map awareness there. He almost always just plays it safe, but in this case he really wanted to press his advantage. His Ignite is off cooldown again, so maybe you just wanted to push for the level 6 solo kill. This is a Braum, so nothing's ever going to happen. Don't even care.
You are not even a threat. Levi is keeping the dragon engaged, but it's going to reset. I don't really think they have time now, but they might disagree.
Young is on the other side of the map, but Levi is only level 4. He's... Oh, yeah, he's losing a lot of time going for this dragon, so in the end they call it off, and that's just this net win for the side of TS. Happening here.
Yeah, Kiaya. I mean, Kiaya is just, giving him what for. Wants to just make sure he can't get that Scuttle Crab. Just, being annoying. That's basically what Gwen does, right? As Levi is here. This is a 3v2. Team Secret really doesn't want this. Good flash by Kang, but Hero's in a lot of trouble. Husband, you don't want to join this play. Should be able to find his way out. Ooh, the needle works slow. I think they almost could have followed up on that, but in the end, it is sort of just Hero dying for the cause.
I completely misread that situation. I thought Hero and Kiang were tanky enough to just win the fight there, but that was definitely not the case. Hero went down so quickly, he didn't even use ult, so he didn't even get rid of his tank stats. They just focused him down. And yeah, I guess early Syndra ult can be quite strong in those kind of engagements if you focus down one target. That's a kill for Carti. That's already much better than last game. Had in CS, but Palette, uh-oh.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble. Oh, lovely hook coming
Eddie's
in, but Slater just can't deal damage. Can Eddie get away? No, he taken down in the end. Slater has gone low. Kang is coming in, but no ult. Means he probably doesn't get caught unless they just choose to re-engage. They're trying to get onto Taki. Slater with a lovely ult, dodging away from everything. In comes Hero from the side. Can go all out, pluck this bird. Needs to come in. One more Nefoto strike will do it. Just about in time. Taki going so low. And in the end, it's the Cassante getting 2.
And I'm more and more impressed with Kiang as a player. He played that so calmly and so beautifully to set up his mid laner to catch both of the kills. He could have just gone for a little bit of burst on Slater and walked away with 1 kill, but instead he actually played it in a way where he tanked hits without actually dealing damage, but corralling them or like forcing them to walk towards his mid laner, and he was ready to almost sacrifice his life there for the better of Hero. Now they do lose another objective, but now that's a 2-1 Cassante. He's gonna be insanely strong in the mid game and very tanky. Also a good mid side lane option, especially against something like Syndra, which does not like to go into the side lane. So a little bit of a reprieve for Team Secret, but still a very strong early showing for GAM.
Ooh, a stun lands in onto Eddie. Can he get over the wall? He can, but so can the orbs. Just goes down. Can they turn anything around? They can. Cardi's in a lot of trouble. Bit more damage, and Hero picks up a third.
But all the gun players are so good playing around the Braum shield. Did you see that? He didn't panic to ultimate into the Braum shield there. He knew it was coming, so Carti just held onto his ult, waited out the Braum shield, and then easy target on Eddie, who tried to get away over the wall. Gets another kill there. Eddie is struggling on this Zeri game.
He is. Now, I mean, to be fair, that was a really well set up play by GAM. I'm not too sure what Eddie could have done.
That's fair. Also, killed back. Excuse me. Suddenly had the urge to turn away from my mic. But there was we're 10 minutes in, and I think GAM is in a really solid position. We talked about their strength in game number 4, and looks like it's one of those situations again. GAM does not go down in 4 games. If you beat GAM, you have to go to all 5. You have to go the distance.
Yep, it's a real test of endurance. Levi has a Rift Herald. Dragon on the map. It's still the first dragon.
It actually is. That is completely against the run of play of the series so far. The Dragon has been such a huge priority for the early game for either team, really, mostly for Team Secret over the course of the last 3 games, but with the losing bot lane, they just don't have an opportunity.
Yeah, it's just been constant priority for Slater down in the bot side. They've just been absolutely wrangling Eddie and Taki. So this dragon is heavily favored towards GAM, but Team Secret seems like they want to try and make a fight out of this.
This is so dangerous. Zeri has no items whatsoever. Enemy ADC sitting on the completed Kraken Slayer. But wow, GAM is just conceding it.
They're just giving it up. They don't want to throw away their early lead over nothing. They're just going to get some plates. Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's 2 plates. But is that worth it? You had positioning on the dragon anyway. I think you could have gotten the plates regardless of giving up, or if you wanted to play for the dragon or not. So I'm playing it very cautiously, maybe over cautiously, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I think they looked skittish for sure. Maybe Levi just felt a little bit weak, didn't have an item yet. Of course, neither did the Sejuani, but Sejuani maybe does a little bit more without items. Kiaya has used the ult on the top side. They want to try and get onto Husband, but he still has everything. He never dies here. Levi wasting a bit of time.
I mean, he did enable Kiaya to get another plating, so they're chipping away at the platings and are actually building a really big gold lead, 2.5k. Young wandering into them. Uh-oh.
Ooh, not where you want to be, but thankfully Aftershock and Sejuani dash is pretty good, so is able just to get away. They crash this wave in, but on the top side, oh no, Husband caught at the absolute last second of his recall, has to use the ult just to get away. Now he has to channel a recall and a teleport. Look how much damage this tower is going to take.
Oh, might just die, honestly. You have Wukong and Gwen, 2 very strong auto attackers. No, they are backing away, and this could be the counterplay on the other side of the map. GAM should know this is coming, but...
They should, but it's only 2. I don't really know if you can find much here. The Glacial Fissure doesn't find much of anything. The hook goes in, the lovely shield to block the Xayah pullback. They need to find some damage, though, and they just don't.
Oh, Eddie, showing a bit of his old tendencies and not flashing forward for the kill. How did that... Nah. Nah.
Okay, Carti.
That is not okay. How did that hit?
I mean, I need to look at the angle. If he predicted the wall dash, that's just
insane. Yeah. He's very good on this champion.
We'll come back to it, as Slater might be caught here, is on a ward, doesn't have ult. This should be a fairly free kill, as they will clean him up. My idea for how you balance Zeri is that if you hit her with a knockback while she's on a wall, she just breaks her ankle and dies.
I knew this
instead of getting teleported to the other side, she just falls over and then she's in a wall and gets crushed or something. I don't think she should get a free teleport.
Leah just insta-counters it.
Yeah, good. Oh, Kiaya does get tagged up, but Paulette and Carti are here. Husband is in some trouble. Taki, doing his best, is blocking a lot of spells. into the smoke. Husmed, don't. I think you just back off, dude. You don't need a kill there.
He was so greedy. Look at his ultimate cooldown. I think it just came up literally the second he died. He was so greedy for the kill, but now he gives up another one for no reason. Taki played it so amazingly. Completely shut down the dive, and then his top laner dies anyway. Hasmed.
Didn't need to do that. They
He's
do manage
really
to defend
losing this
Tower.
game for his team. Look at Hero. He's 4-1, and the other solo laner is struggling so much. But we also need to see Hero actually translating his gold lead into something for his team. He's insanely strong right now on the side lane, but he actually needs to get some gold back for his team with the tower, maybe with a little bit of pressure to set up the next dragon. Right now, it's only individual gold lead, and this is a K'Sante we're talking about, right? So even though this champion will still be super strong, and especially if he gets a lot of items, he actually has a solo kill pressure on the likes of Syndra. Kind of want some gold on Eddie as well.
Yeah, it's very true. You do need to get Eddie accelerated as much as possible. Has the static shiv, so should be able to at least farm from complete safety basically forever. And the problem that you have is that, yes, Hero is very strong, but he's up against, in the side lane matchup, he's up against Kiaya, who is also strong, has 2 kills, and is playing Gwen into K'Sante.
Yeah, that was the whole idea behind the Gwen pick, right? So now they actually meet.
Yeah.
Okay, the pivot of the K'Sante into mid lane was really smart, but ultimately they still meet. But now GAM with the next objective. Can Team Secret do anything about this?
Ooh, they throw out the Sejuani ult. It does get the Xayah ult. The smite comes in, so Herald will go over to Garment. Now Eddie playing it well. Finds himself an angle, but needs to find some damage as Husmed has already gone down. Eddie's doing absolutely nothing in this fight, and it's just the rundown. Hero doing everything he can, but it's only good enough for 1 kill. Eddie did not do anything this fight, and Garm just run them over.
I think this is a little bit of the syndrome of playing too many games in the late game and then playing a new game, and you think, okay, we have perfect positioning, we set this up so nicely, our Zeri is going to carry, but then you realize with horror that the Zeri doesn't have any damage. So even though you set up this fight so well and Taki hit a perfect ultimate to enable Zeri to really skid around the edges, Zeri doesn't deal any damage. Look at Eddie here in this fight. This is perfect positioning, right? He gets to hit Palat if he wants to. He gets to get on top of Levi. But there's nothing coming from... He actually hits a few auto attacks there on Levi, but nothing ever happens. So, the end, it's 1 for 2, and the objective going out to GAM. This game is very quickly slipping out of grasp and control for Team Secret.
Yeah, this is GAM looking so much better compared to Game 3. This was, the curse. We had, Secret Sundays, but it's Game 4 GAM. When the curses collide, it does seem like the Game 4 GAM is better at the moment. They are up 4,000 gold, only 17 minutes into the game. They're going to equalize the Dragons. Hero has so much weight on his shoulders right now.
I feel like the game can only ever go in Team Secret's favor once Hasmed actually has a stopwatch, or a Zonius, I should say. So he does more than just insta-die in team fights, because that last contribution from his side in the team fight was not great for his team. He literally just died in 2 seconds and didn't deal any damage. So he needs to provide a little bit more for his team. He needs to buy at least some space. Even if he doesn't deal too much damage, he needs to enable Eddie to set up his carry. Maybe get a few stacks of his ultimate, get faster, so he can clean up the fight and give Hero a little bit of time to tank. But yeah, I think that can only happen once Hasmed has at least 1 more item under his belt. So I feel like it's time to stall. Time to stall and farm.
I completely agree. Kang and Hero do manage to link up well in the top lane, do pick themselves up a tower, get a little bit of gold back for Team Secret, trying to leverage this K'Sante lead. But as we've sort of alluded to, it's really hard because there's also a Gwen lead. And unfortunately, Gwen sort of beats K'Sante.
Pretty decent matchup for him, especially looking at K'Sante's items. He doesn't want to invest into MR, but if he doesn't do that, then he's going to struggle even more on the side lane. Though I think at this point, probably doesn't really matter what he goes for, because Gwen is just overwhelming that side lane 1, especially considering he doesn't even bring an ignite. This should be stopped before it charges, hopefully. Very nice.
Yep.
Oh!
Oh! Good stuff there from Kang. I want to give him a shout out. He's been playing extremely well this series. He's a bit of a young gun up against the best jungler Vietnam has ever produced, or at least VCS has ever produced, in Levi. So, good to see him performing. Good to see him keeping up with the old master. And honestly, outside of this game, outperforming him.
I mean, even in this game, if you look at the stat line, if you look at the
Yeah,
CS,
true. Honestly.
I think there's a pretty solid argument that Kyung has also outperformed Levi in this game. It's just the top lane gap is a bit of a disaster for his team because Asmod is letting his team down. Let's hope he can improve a little bit later on in this game. Unfortunately, Akali from this position, it doesn't really get better for you. So let's just hope Asmod stops the inting and finds a way back into the game through extended side lane farming.
Yeah, see, the interesting thing is I liked the pivot of getting the Cassante onto Hero, but when you actually look at it a bit more holistically, who can Akali go on? It's really hard to go on Gwen because you have to play around the W and also it's just kind of a skill matchup. You can't really go on to Xayah because she has ult. You can't really go on to Wukong because no. So Syndra, that's kind of it.
Yeah, it's mostly the Syndra and then maybe cleaning up something like a half HP Nautilus or half HP Wukong after they engage and just cleaning up the kills.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely agree with you. This is not an easy Akali game with clear target selection, right? Because Xayah just, by virtue of having her ultimate, just completely negates all of those dive champions. They all just want to go for the ADC, but then Xayah just laughs in their face. So the same as last game, kind of, where the Vi was picked into the Xayah and was like, but what are you going to do? There's an engage. Maybe that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, they're going to give it a crack, but Paulette just spider naughts out of there.
Just, let's see. Works. I think that's fine. It's getting his latest ultimate now. Actually, this ultimate might be down still for the dragon because that's a long cooldown.
Levi does have to burn the Cyclone. They're going to go in hard onto him. They go all out with the... Oh, Cassante, get out of there, buddy! You need to get out of that squishy former hook onto Taki. Does get a good Glacial Fissure, but he's going to die for the sins of his top laner. Husmed isn't even here. GAM can just set up Baron if they want to.
Bit risky to go for Baron. Maybe they... yeah, they've watched game number 1. They probably don't want to go for Baron here. But once again, Team Secret, a little bit of desperation definitely coming into their gameplay as well. Just desperately trying to find at least one kill, but the chase on Levi is so hard to make work because you have to follow him over so many walls with all the Wukong trickery. So not the highest percentage play, and poor Taki has to pay, as he said, for the sins of his team members.
Teleport into the mid lane. Will defend the tower. Cardi arriving. And it just seems so far, everything Team Secret tries to do is just so flaccid. Doesn't really get anything done. They just don't have the damage to follow up on what I really think are good engages from Kang and Hero.
Absolutely, yeah. But they just... this Zeri is not able to get on top of her targets and doesn't even have the damage if she does so. So I feel like, please, just play it more calmly. This dragon is not threatening. You're not close to Soul. Just give it 10 more minutes. Let Hasmid farm up. Let, more importantly, Eddie get another item. This contest might just spell their demise.
It may well... But they're going to go for it anyway. The hook starts it off. In goes Hero, actually doing a lot of damage. But it just doesn't matter. Look at the turnaround damage from Kiaya. The needlework is absolutely perfect. Across onto 4. Husband has to go gold just to survive. And with Hero dead, your gold is gone. You have to run away.
And this is a little bit sad to see, because after the last 2 games, we were praising Team Secret for their macro and their decision, the cleanliness of their decision making. And now, in this position, once again, we see some of those problems a lot of VCS teams show, where they just can't keep themselves from contesting fights. Like, all you have to do here is not go for the fight, and you have a much better chance of winning the game. But Kyung is here, he might steal. Let's hope for his team.
They could try. Oh. In they go. No steal. Unfortunate. He will die for it as well. He had to try, though.
I think that's really all she wrote. I think this game is now out of control for Team Secret. They need a miracle team fight where Eddie gets a pentakill or something, but I can't see it happening. GAM is too far ahead. Their top laner is super strong. Their ADC has scaled into 2 and 3 items, and Syndra is just sitting there waiting for any target to go low and then executes that target. So I can't really see teams winning any fights, and we might just be looking at yet another game 5.
That we are. Unless absolute miracles can be pulled off. Look, we didn't expect GAM to lose in 4, to be fair. If they lose, they always do it in 5. Clockwork even predicted Team Secret winning in 5. And he's been gone for a whole split, charging up his powers. So I think that sneaky Italian just knows something.
Apparently, he reach into the future and tell us what he sees. Comes true. This is now a big test of spirit and test of tilt-proofness, whatever, for Team Secret, because after such elation after the game 3, losing game 4 in such a depressing fashion is gonna... Oh! Big shutdown.
That is a shutdown. That gets some gold onto Eddie. Not going to turn into anything else. GAM are immediately backing off, but signs of life.
Yeah, that's probably a completed item for Eddie once he hits the base again. So that's 3 items now. And for a little bit of safety, very nice engagement. Where's the ultimate,
Nice.
Slater? Hello? Ultimate?
He was CC'd the entire time, to be fair.
True, but reaction times. Yeah, you can't really much. But he does have the flash and the ultimate for the next fight. Is the money enough to give Eddie another item, to give them a fighting chance here?
He's got a Hex Drinker your way.
Oh. Look at Hasmed's itemization in the meantime. Nothing. He hasn't got a single item in such a long time. Where's he going with this?
I feel like him going into the anti-heal is criminal.
I can kind of see why they did it. They essentially told him, okay, you're useless anyway, so just provide anything for the team. But I really feel like he needed the Zhonya's to buy time, to reset his cooldowns, to reposition and so on. And now he's still so far away from that essential second item. That's a rough game for Akali. And Hasmed Akali looking this bad is very sad to me, Eric's, because he used to just win every game automatically when you put him on Akali.
Yeah, I mean, look,
days.
truly, we are looking at a boomer. I mean, Hasmed is basically dead. He's got 1 foot in the grave. He's 22. He's just an old man. Ancient. I have no idea. I'm just guessing. As Hero once again trying, gets
nice.
the big pullbacks. Levi will go down.
Wait
On the
a
other side of the
second.
map, Hasmed got a solo kill.
How?
The faith returns for just a moment your way.
That's not
Chang
even possible.
throwing out an ult. No, it doesn't get anything more. Come on.
Wait. That's not possible. He can't get a solo kill on these items. It's impossible. How? What happened?
Kiaya has to just do the biggest beam zing in the world.
Yeah, it's just Hasmed's champion dealing unreasonable amounts of damage on these items.
Yeah, I
Like,
think.
what is happening?
I think Akali's fine actually.
Yeah. She has like one
I
item.
think Akali's okay.
Hasmed has 1 item to Kiaya's 3 and he just solo killed him. Okay. And now he got a tower and his Zhonya's. Suddenly there's life, Carrix. There's a silver lining in this game.
Never lose Jope. Let's go.
I mean, to be fair, they gifted the game to GAM in game number 1. Maybe it's GAM time to repay the gift, to have a little bit of an act of kindness themselves and send TS to Worlds in this game. Let's see.
Maybe, but look, I think we're a long way from it actually being a tournament. Oh no. Loading?
You're not
Oh,
allowed
we
to
good?
say such things, apparently, yeah.
Oh, apologies everyone, we'll fix it.
I'll try.
Ah! One day they'll make us official! Ah!
Okay, there's a dragon going low. Something is going on.
Yeah, GAM have secured the dragon. Husmed has a pretty dirty flank.
that hits later.
That's a huge Sejuani. Oh, goes gold in the middle of it as well. So Eddie can do a lot. They're turning it around, though. It just doesn't matter because look at all the damage coming out of GAM.
Zeri time.
Going low. Can they find anything more? It's a little bit of Zeri gaming possible. Eddie, can he find anything more? Big boy hero bearing down on them, but it's just the 1-for-1.
We ended with a 1-for-1. That fight, that's insane. Eddie, he didn't flash forward. Maybe it's just to not
I think it was
do
correct.
that. Yeah, I feel, man, it would have been so hype for him to flash forward and kill everyone, but it's probably the prudent decision not to go for it. Look at this angle. How did he hit Slater?
He's a god. He's just a god. Hardy is with him.
Man, Qiang with maybe his career-defining series, but Levi also with such a good counterpunch there to instantly see the Akali, who still has R2 and could execute someone there, so she can't actually do anything, was a huge point in the fight. Because if Akali goes to the other side, gets one more Q off with all the damage through the whole line of people, they can probably chase down. Then Eddie can actually flash forward. So big play from Levi to counteract that engage, but how did Qiang see that angle? That's just insane.
I am gonna, look, as much as I am absolutely on the Qiang is the second coming train, I think he just threw it and got lucky that he hit Slater.
Oh, come on. You can't say such a thing, Garrix. You're on cast.
But no, he is my dad. Qiang is my dad. He's on screen. But Team Secret now starting Baron. I don't think this is necessary, but they get Kiaya's teleport very cheap.
Please never again start Baron when all 5 GAM members are alive. Please. We have run that experiment before and
they just have 2 tanks. They just have 2 tanks and oh no, hero in trouble, immediately getting burst down. He's a tank!
Nah, he just died in at 1 second or something, and now this is really bad because I mean he does have TP. Eddie just ulted, by the way. No, his ult is off cooldown now. It looks really weird in the overlay. But that's Zeri without ult. That's no mid laner, the strongest champion on the map. So now is the time to go for Baron. GAM has a really good angle here.
Yeah, this is going to be really... I think this is almost impossible to stop. I almost think you just go for... Hey, Kang, jump over the wall and press smite.
Oh, that was so close.
Nothing quite. He nearly did it. It would have been huge if he had... Yeah, there's not much else you can do. You just 50-50 that.
Okay, that Baron is gonna persist for like a few seconds when the dragon spawns, so the overlap is not big. It would have been better maybe if GAM delayed it a few seconds, but they still are going to get a huge gold lead out of this one. The all-important soul fight is still coming up though.
Yeah, they do. Team Secret does trade for a mid-inner. Of course, equalized immediately by this top inner. GAM, incredibly far ahead. Let's not beat around the bush. GAM are heavily, heavily favored. But Team Secret have just been... It's just Kang. Kang is making me a believer. Every time I see this dumb pig on the screen, Sejuani, just to be clear, that's the pig. I realized that sounded really mean, and then I wanted to clarify I meant because it's Sejuani. On the screen, I'm like, I think he's just gonna win. I think he can do it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Eddie, look at him. He's on 400 CS almost, on 4.5 items. So if he actually gets to free fire for just a few seconds, he could turn this all around too. In the last few team fights, it was always a little stunted. He couldn't actually commit to going all in. He couldn't look for the Kaiser angle, right, where he serves into the backline and just kills everyone. But it's always a possibility. Plays around Karti well, because that is a menacing little Syndra on level 16, 17 even. But yeah, could do it.
It is incredibly hard though. At the moment, they just need to clear waves. Hero putting some pressure in the top side. We love to see it. Not actually going to be able to get the tower, I don't think. It's just it's on full health. They've already sent Karti back. But they do manage to make it so that GAM probably can't break the base. In fact, they definitely can't break the base. They might be able to get this bot lane tower before they have to go to Dragon, but they probably just have to start setting up now.
Hero just made a huge mistake. Hero didn't get back to base because he was lazy with the recall, and now GAM has a much better positioning on the Dragon. Hero might have just cost them... This is not good, but he's TPing. Where's he TPing to? They don't have any wards.
He's just TPing to the lane and they're just going to run over. But the Dragon's already low. The Dragon's just going to be taken. This is going to be a fight into the soul. They do start off onto Paulette fairly well. Good Glacial Fisher cutting them apart for now. They need to find more though. Kiaya locked up. Kiaya taking a fair bit of damage. It's Eddie time. A bit of Eddie gaming. Can he get this done? Husband
to kill Kiaya.
Goes gold. Can't find a little bit more. Kiaya does go down. This is possible, Gilway. As Hero goes all out. Whips them down. He's off the map. Levi will follow him to the grave.
Do they win?
Team Secret are winning the fight. Slater fights back with 2, but Hero, the big boy, he can't do it. Eddie knocks it into the GA, has to immediately run away to triple kill. Picked up for Slater. This is
Oh, the mic couldn't handle it anymore. Carrick's just died on the call. I hope he's alright. But that was such an exciting fight.
I'm back. Hello.
Oh my word, Team Secret is here to stay and they are making it difficult for GAM. GAM is still the favorite to win this game, they just got the soul, but the doubts are creeping in, I can tell you that much, because this is such a good effort for Team Secret, and from a bad position in the game, they get this team fight, and the focus on Kiaya, look at Braum value. Braum is such an insane champion, like, this is not okay. He just single-handedly turned the whole fight around, and then he hits the all-important Q, they get the kill on Kiaya, and now it's finally Eddie time. He serves over, he goes on Levi. By the way, Ocean Soul is complete fake. It doesn't do anything. We all know that already. The problem is they can't get Slater into GA. Very good flash ult in the last possible second, and Hero doesn't land the all-important Q, so he can't get the execute on Slater. This was an end angle. If Hero killed Slater here, they can end the game. They can end the series, they win their spot at Worlds, but not quite able to do it. Buy a little bit of time, and now it's 67k to 61k. Who cares about gold? Items don't matter anymore. Everyone is in the late game. This is gonna get spicy.
Yulway, I have got to say it. Hero is a god.
He is.
He's so good.
What's with no-name mid laners and playing
he's
insanely
the
well
father
this
I
week?
never had.
We had the same kind of situation yesterday where Jane was just smurfing for 5 games. We were like, how is Jane this good? But
yeah. We've seen these blinks of it with Hero. Of course, like Hero's been around for a long time. But this series, he is hitting his stride. This game, he is working so goddamn hard. And yeah, Team Secret is still under the pump. They're facing down a Soul. They're facing down an incredibly powerful Slater. An incredibly powerful Kati. I don't want to missell anyone. GAM are the favorite right now. But I believe in Kang, and I believe in Hero.
this is a bit dangerous under tower, but Husband was far away. Do they continue
Lovely
the chase?
scoot back. They keep on going. The Cyclone's there. The Glacial Fisher is good. That's obviously just Levi's clone, not actually getting anything. GAM are just going to walk back. They got the tower. They got what they wanted.
If Team Secret ends up winning this game, and anyone tells you that top lane matters, send them this game, because Ahmed literally just looked at his team from the outside of that fight and didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Just stood there chilling, and his team almost chased down another big fight. He is kind of annoying to deal with now because his damage is still not there, right? Don't get me wrong, he's still super far behind, but his damage is good enough to at least threaten like Slater and Kati a little bit, and his Zhonya's is very annoying, his invisibility is very annoying, so he's finally having some impact, but it's all on the others to actually carry the game, of course.
I think this Baron, this showdown may well be where GAM could secure a Game 5. They've got good positioning around it. They have excellent fight in the pit. They've started it up. Team Secret, it's all on you. Husmed coming in from the side, 5,000 health. They go immediately in. Hero immediately getting focused out. Husmed goes down low, but goes gold. Hero just gets chunked out. This is an absolute disaster your way. GAM are running away with the fight. Husmed on the run. Eddie desperately trying to turn anything around, but they've done nothing. GAM has smashed them this fight. They have smashed them. They'll get Baron, and they are looking dominant in this game.
Do you think they can finish? Eddie has no ultimate, Hero is not alive, Husband is not alive?
No, too much wave clear. Too much wave clear.
Yeah, the waves are not in position either. Mid lane wave is very far away from the inhibitor tower. Top lane inhibitor might fall here, which is good for Elder Dragon, but in the end, doesn't actually advance the game state once again too much. The Baron buff you can't undersell though, because this late in the game, it's like 80 AP and 40 AD, so it's quite a significant buff. It's like a free Hextech Gunblade for everyone. And this was just not the fight to take. Hasmid on the flank, why? He doesn't bring any CC. Flanking with a damage dealer only works if you can actually assassinate someone. Flanking with a Kali that doesn't have damage doesn't really make sense. Oh,
and the problem as well is they can just leave Levi's clone on top of the Zonya's Kali. As soon as the Zonya's end, he just presses the second ult. It doesn't matter. Hasmed is just not having an impact this game. He's basically a walking Ignite.
I love this from Team Secret. They're chasing down.
Don't let them
GAM.
reset.
Yeah, don't let them reset. Don't let them go to Elder Dragon. I would send Eddie over to the Elder Dragon to solo it, but Team Secret is pivoting over there, beelining for the Elder Dragon. Can they actually take it down? It spawns in 20 seconds.
No, they don't. No, not with Baron recalls.
Like Eddie should have just gone to the Elder Dragon because now he's not gonna arrive in time. It looks like they are not actually able to burst down the Elder Dragon, so yet another fight on the cards.
Yeah, it is another fight. I liked what Team Secret tried. If they could force a fight before resets, it would have been huge. They get a catch onto Cardi, just immediately blown up. The rest of GAM has to come and reinforce. Kiaya already under so much threat, but look at the bounce house. Levi going absolutely nuts. Eddie knocked into his GA already. Kang has to get out. Husband, you have to do something. They kill Eddie, but they trade it for Kiaya. On the other side, Slater has picked up the kill onto Hero. 3v3, but the 3 for GAM is so much stronger. It's really a 5v3. Team Secret on the recalls. GAM can't go to Dragon because Kang threatens a smite steal. So they just have to walk up mid, but Team Secret knows that, so they get the reset, but you don't have any wave clear.
Oh man, how did they lose the fight after killing Carti? Such an amazing performance from Levi again. We know he's the god of Wukong, and once again he shows why he loves this champion so much. Insane win rate and once again insane performance.
Getting dumped on Hasmed. You have to do something, Hasmed.
Doesn't have damage.
You have to exist. But he just doesn't. He's not real. He's taken down, and Taki and Kang, two amazing players, just can't do anything against the triumph that is GAM. They will pick themselves game 4, and this series is still alive as we go to game number 5.
Of course we do, because it's GAM in game number 4. They're too good at this. They have the game number 4 unlocked, and it goes to 5 games like it did last year. They finally fell to Saigon Buffalo. There's still one chance for Team Secret. They can still do it today, but GAM, wow, what a bounce back performance in this game after looking horrible in game number 3. We talked a lot about GAM and their very lackluster performance. This was not lackluster in the slightest.
No. And this is really, really demonstrative of just picking comfort. They pick the Wukong. Okay. We all can see the damage numbers, and I know our eyes are drawn to it, but I've got to say, Wukong was incredible that game. Levi was so unbelievably good, and I just don't know what you can really take away from that game as Team Secret. You already knew Levi was good at Wukong. You didn't learn that. You didn't learn anything there. You learned maybe don't pick a Kali. Sure, you're probably not going to pick that in game 5.
Yeah.
They're a damn good team your way.
They are quite good. And they are so clutch as well. I mean, sometimes we kind of doubt their clutchness because their game 5 performance is not great. Like their overall game 5 record is worse than it should be, considering they're champions almost every split. But when they get to game 5, they kind of fumble a few times, but you can't just take it away from them. They are untiltable. And this game, after those 3 first games, they barely hang on to their life. They should have been 3-0, and now they're suddenly in game 5, and they could just win today for no reason whatsoever. That is just the GAM magic. They are the protagonists, and they have a little bit of plot armor in this league, it feels.
Well, if GAM is the anime protagonist, is this their triumphant run, or where they get humbled and have to Goku power up and come back for the rematch? We'll find out in about 5 minutes. It's Plot Armor GAM versus Sunday Secret. We'll see you soon. Oh, and I'm glad to be alive because we're all the way in game 5. And what a game we just had. We have had banger after banger after banger after banger. GAM, do come back and pick up game 5. Now, don't get me wrong. I could say that it was dominant. And in a lot of ways, it was dominant from GAM. But Secret showed fortitude. They fought back from dire situations where they were genuinely one kill at a certain point away from winning the series. But GAM were the better team in game 4. So going into game 5, I'm going to go straight over to Clockwork. What was your takeaways?
My takeaways is that, so as you said, there were several moments in the game that despite GAM being in the lead for most of the game, for basically the whole game, at different points of the game, there were members of Team Secret keeping the hope alive. Hero's early game, I remember he had 4 kills that roam in the bot lane that kept the early game alive. And then at some point, it was Eddie. They were relying on his Zeri to pull off all the damage. And we cannot forget Kang, that he was always around threatening with his on-point ultimate and even the smites. He was like doing everything possible to keep the game up. So the whole team was contesting this game 4,
Whoa.
except my brother, Hasmed.
What? What is on my screen?
Okay, dubstep Silver Scrape is possibly the only thing that could disappoint me more than
Wow.
Hasmed's game.
It just betrayed me. I'm so sad now. Oh my word. Why did it show something? That is so stupid. Apologies. We're getting game champion select music. Here we go. My apologies.
Anyway,
I need Secret to pick something.
Well, Maokai has been left over for the first time this series, so Levi will be going onto the tree, which can be incredibly strong. I think Clockwork might have cut out.
That's a Jace counter pick, Irelia. And do you know
Yep,
who the 2 most prolific Irelia players of the VCS are?
Hero and Husband.
Yeah, they are. So this is very exciting. Game 5 Irelia. Oh, I think Hanke is sweating over there.
I mean, look what he's wearing. He's not sweating at all. That man is dripped out.
There's also Kaiser for the first time this
Yeah.
completely
When
changing
all,
everything
else
up.
when all else fails, Slater breaks his waifu glass and says, I'm picking Kaiser. You can't stop me. And I think it works. It is the poke alongside the Jace. Jokes aside, I think it's a good pick. But this is explosive already.
I have PTSD from Slater Kaiser, so I never like it.
Yeah, we have bad memories about the pick. However, there are more support bans coming. This is something that both teams need to focus. I want some more engage, because even if there's Sejuani and Maokai on either side, there needs to be something more. It really needs their opponents to be quite still to jump around them and pull off the stun. This is like a bit unreliable, so you need more stuns on Team Secret side. Also, and on top of that, I want some pick that minimizes the int that is coming out of Hasmed. He did not have a good game 4. He did not need a game on a carry, so I want him to be parked on something simple to execute. I don't know, like Axante.
How about
something like
Irelia? How do you feel about Hasmed Irelia here?
We have Hero at home.
I mean, I think the Irelia has to just match the Jace. That's what it's for. It's the Jace counter pick.
Absolutely.
So it's going to go on Hero. I think we just give Husband a tank. He's going to go up against Kiaya's Jax. He's shown that he can kind of neutralize it. Not beat it, but just neutralize it with something like Cassante.
It's a Gragas.
Or the Gragas. Yep, Gragas is fine.
This is a super strong Sejuani setup now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of assistance you see. We have so much setup for ganks. This Jace is gonna have a hard time to survive this early game. Irelia stun into Sejuani and Irelia wailing down on you with even more stuns in the back pocket. add a roaming Taki on Leona to that. I want to see Kati live the first 10 minutes. I don't think it's possible.
It's going to be very, very difficult. Leona as well. What are they going to round it out with? They need their own support. I can't think of anything super unconventional that would be amazing here. Renata makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, just disengage, let your poke comp survive better. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
So, GAM looked at this team composition, was like, Maokai Ultimate is pretty cool, right? So, what do we do to have 2 Maokai Ultimate? That's big. Renata! Where's the Nami? I want the Nami on top of that.
Yeah, I wish they picked her as well. Anyway, what worries me a bit is GAM might struggle a bit with damage because they're running a poke comp with the Kai'Sa and the Jace, and that's going to be hard against the Leona, against the Sejuani that can just wall out all your damage. So if Secret can play team fights accordingly, it should be very hard for GAM to put the damage on.
Well, game 5. We're here. Both teams are 1 game away from locking in Worlds. For GAM, it would be a repeat performance. They're there every year. They are the VCS at Worlds. For Team Secret, it would be a first. Picking up where Loki left off 4 years ago. I need a prediction from both of you. Who is going to Worlds first?
Clockwork, go ahead.
I am Secret pilled.
He's always got the dumbest prompts.
I'm ready. Secret will make it.
All right, let's go. Your way. I want a prediction out of you as well as we head on to the Rift.
I want to say Secret, but I don't think they can do it. They would have to rely on split pushing quite a bit, and I'm not sure they're ready to pull it off. I think if they go into team fights, the team is really well set up to counter them. So I think it's GAM.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I am a member of the Kang Gang, and he's going to Worlds. Mark my words. I am so Kang-pilled right now. Game number 5. It all comes down to this. Hero was an absolute monster in game number 4. Despite the loss, he did everything he could on this Cassante. He's now got the Irelia. They've put the carry pants on him. And I'm so happy to say it.
Very, very good Irelia player. I think this game's all about mid lane control. So as I said, as I kind of teased in draft, it's going to be hard to play for Kati in this setup because there's so much access onto him in the mid lane. There's so much setup and so much synergy between the champions. So if Team Secret is able to kill Kati 2-3 times in the early game, give Hero his 1 item power spike, give the Irelia the blade, and put her into the side lane, then suddenly I think there's a really good chance they can win this game. The problem is, playing Irelia into Maokai and Renata in teamfights just sounds absolutely horrible, so Hero is gonna have to have the performance of his lifetime.
Press W, Elegiggle.
I guess, but how do you get on targets?
It is going to be really, really difficult. It's going to come down to vision control. It's going to come down to flank angles. And frankly, I think Team Secret has been good at that so far this series. I do agree. It is hard. But if any team can pull it off, it is a team that has Taki on it. It is a team that has Eddie. And wouldn't it just be incredible to see?
It would be indeed. I mean, there are some questions on the other side as well, right? GAM completely changed their approach to draft. We haven't seen Kai'Sa from them, we haven't seen Jace, we haven't seen Maokai in this series, we have not seen Renata. 4 of the 5 champs are first-time picks today, so apparently GAM was not happy with what happened on red side the last time, so they completely changed their approach, and a lot of those champions have a little bit of a question mark beside them. I think the Maokai is the most standard, right? The Maokai just makes sense, it's strong. Sure, it's a little bit different in terms of setup. Levi last time went for the damage Maokai, where he went for, what's it called again? The gold rune? First strike, right?
First strike.
Yeah, and he tried to poke and get money and so on. This time he went for a more tank setup. But yeah, here we see the trading. It's not a good time for Kati. But on the other end, Isa, Renata, there's some interesting questions to be asked of GAM.
There absolutely is, as there's a bit of damage going back and forth. Paulette has to flash. Taki wants him, ignites him, gets himself a first blood.
Artie's just the best 2v2 player in the
And
world.
he goes back in. Once again, Slater going low. The cleanse was
Oh!
good. And they find the damage. 2v2 kill for Team Secret.
I mean, it's Taki. It's the best 2v2 player in the world. Umayushi and Carrier stood no chance, and neither do Slater and Palat.
Oh my word. Taki, you freaking goblin. I love you.
This movement with the flash looked so funky. Look at him. He just walks away. And then he just keeps it coming because he knows there's support, and Slater thinks he has the damage, but he doesn't quite. And Eddie executing with a QE. That was beautifully done. Kiang's a little bit sad that he couldn't steal the kill away, but in the end, his bot lane is here to play. His bot lane is 2-0 early on in the game, and now there's so much all-in potential against the enemy bot lane, because that Renata has no flash. If she ever oversteps, and this is Palat we were talking about, he's prone to overstepping, he just dies.
Hero taking not the best trade ever there. He did take a tower shot, but pushes the wave in, which is what he was going for. Could just grab himself a reset. And Team Secret, they're immediately 1.5k gold ahead your way.
Well, Secret finally with a good gold lead in the early game. So far, every single time they got killed, it was something like, okay, they have 2 kills, but somehow GAM is still even in gold. Suddenly, they are actually 1k gold ahead. And how does Slater even play this lane? It looks impossible.
It does. Kang has flash. He lands the E. The handshake was there, but it wasn't good enough. How does Slater play the lane? By going grey.
Yeah, and Palat actually was so good in that
Really
disengage.
good handshake.
That was the best handshake I've seen in a very long time. To be fair, I haven't seen much Renata, but that was perfectly played from Palat. But this time it's just Kiang. He wasn't really needed in the last gank. Oh, is this a solo kill?
Hero. Ooh, I think he's in some trouble now with the Maokai coming in. I don't know if he can outplay this.
He's
one.
level 6.
He's trying. He throws out the ult for the slow. He's going to get to the brush. Doesn't have the flash. Needs to just keep running.
Oh,
Stuns
the
him up.
W.
Oh, definitely use the shock blast. Keeps going towards the bush. Taki's here to slow them down. Who's coming in first from the top side? It's going to be Kiaya coming in. Gets the lead shot. Gets the stun and will clean him up.
82 Kiaya, that's not very good. That's a Jax. That's pretty threatening. But at least you don't give the kill over to Kati. And a little unfortunate there with the timing from Hero. What is going on?
Taki, you can't just 1v1 him. Taki was feeling himself.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the definition of Taki.
That's
I think
Taki.
he plays like
That's
that
Taki.
every single second in every single game.
Why do you think he picked Camille support that one time? Just, nah man, I'm done, I'm winning.
I don't know. Taki should just be a top laner, so this team actually has a top laner.
Oh, harsh. My word. Eddie comes back into the lane with full boots, just steps up to Slater. Don't think you want to take the full wave while you do
It's
that.
scary.
Don't
What do you
he's
think
under
would
any
happen in the
real
comms
pressure.
if Eddie dies 1v1 against Slater while Taki's away for the first time in the game? I think
I think you'd hear silence and then the impact of a thrown shoe.
let's hope it
It's like
doesn't come to that.
the coach like peeking out from backstage, just nailing him with the shoe.
Scared sitting next to Taki in that situation.
Oh my word. Kang moving into the enemy jungle will steal away a buff. Levi down towards this bottom side, so can't counter quite yet. But he has to be near this bottom side because you know Taki's going to go in.
Yaya's in a very dangerous position right now. He's backing off slightly, but his wave is overpushed. He doesn't have a flash. And this Sejuani he spotted now. I think Sejuani should have just gone straight top. Okay, they didn't know where Levi was, so they were a bit scared of the counter gank, but I thought they had a good angle on Kiaya now. Like, Kiaya's gonna get away with this overpush. Bit unfortunate, and I'm really surprised that this Sejuani hasn't really tried to do anything in the mid lane. I thought this was gonna be full focus on Kati to set up Hero for success, but so far, nothing really has come from it.
Yeah, it has been quiet so far. I do think the reason they don't go top is Husmed is happy where this lane is. He doesn't want necessarily a gank. He just wants to keep this wave roughly where it is as much as he can. You don't need to kill Kiaya right now. You just don't want to make Husmed die, I guess. There's the party barrel under tower. Kiaya's in trouble here. Brings down the Babus. But with Levi coming in, he should be able to leave strike out. Husmed won't overcommit.
Hey, Kiaya getting away with murder, but this is why I thought this could be such an easy game.
But this gets Herald.
Yeah, this is actually pretty big, because now Team Secret can actually get both. Oh,
Eddie, baby! Come on, one more, baby, one more, baby! Come on, baby! Come on, Eddie! He's going to go down on the other side, but he's got the bloodthirst. He's got it!
Oh, top lane died. What did you do, Husmed?
Oh, no, Husmed, how are you dead?
Tried to die for something? I'm not entirely sure what happened. But Eddie is stepping up. My god, he's just dominating Slater in this series. Okay, last game wasn't great. His Zeri didn't look great, but this is his Zarya. This is a different thing. Why, Husmed? Why? Can we just cut away, please?
Husmed.
Wow. Just, wow. There's nothing to say. Like, there's... I don't know. Husmed is...
Panda, I don't know if you're in the chat, but how you feeling, buddy?
I don't know. If this player gets to Worlds, he has to buy his whole team some really good food, some really good Korean barbecue when they're there, because he does not deserve to go today. He does not.
But it doesn't matter. The rest of the team are working very, very hard. But of course, GAM are just there. GAM want it just as much. They're playing just as hard.
Young grouping up. Oh, he lands it!
There it is. They're going straight in. The CC layering is good. Hero's very far away, but it doesn't matter. Cardi goes down. Taki adds 2.
I love how Hero didn't even get there. It's just Sejuani and Leona, base damage and CC. And they even get the flash from Carti. He couldn't get away with the flash invested, so now he's vulnerable again. Maybe next time Hero actually gets a little bit of an auto attack in to get the kill there. But he's going to get 1.5 plates. So that's pretty nice.
Yeah. He's very happy.
Keeping this 1.5k gold lead, and this is with GAM actually consistently getting more gold than them in the laning phase in the last 4 games. Team Secret basically has to outkill GAM to keep on pace with the same gold, but in this case they're actually able to kind of keep this 1.5k gold lead with the dragon already under the belt, so this is going more than great.
It is, and now we have a numbers advantage around the dragon. Equalize as Cardi comes in. A really good engage from GAM. Hero is immediately deleted. I think we just have to back off here, Team Secret. We can't fight this. It's 4v5.
So
Eddie's
scary.
strong and they want to play around it. I don't know about this. The dragon's already gone. Kiaya coming in. Husmed's going to go down. I don't know why you're throwing another kill here.
It's just a second dragon, Team Secret. Please let it go. Let it go. It's not gonna hurt you anymore. Please. Why? Ah, that's so sad. And now the game's even again.
Not quite. I don't. It's still given that we are only at 12 minutes. I do think a 600 gold lead is not nothing. I also think Eddie is very strong. It's where the gold is that sort of matters. But this was started off by really good moves by Carti. I'm sure we'll see it in the replay, but his hero going to go on the tower. I think if that stun had hit, he would have, but Carti with the quick feed.
Yeah, look at it. Hero is very deceptive right now because he looks pretty weak. He's only level 9, but he does have the completed item, so he's full build on the Aurelia. So he is very strong.
He was full build at Vamp Scepter, let's be honest.
He upgraded full build.
Yeah.
This champion is a bit stupid. And I think Carti can never actually step up to the Aurelia in the whole game. Even if he's like 5-0 and Aurelia's 0-5, the matchup just doesn't allow it. So this is always going to be a bit painful, especially later on when they meet in side lanes. I feel like Kiaya is going to try to match Hero later on, because he will be able to contain the Aurelia a little bit better on the Jax. The natural counter on the E. I think the matchup is pretty even if you play it correctly from both sides, but should be Jack's favorite when the game goes on. So I'm already getting a bit worried about this Aurelia pick because they weren't able to accelerate her, and she is right now pretty strong, but she's only going to get weaker. So they need to transition her into a side lane, give her a little bit of solo experience, solo gold, make her relevant again.
What do you think about going AD Kai'Sa when you already had a Jace on your team, as Cardi does navigate away from that gank?
I mean, on 13.15, AP Kai'Sa got a decently sized nerf, so makes sense. It does actually make sense to go AD. Okay, hero.
Okay, hero. This isn't going to work out. He'll trade 1 for 1. No, he lives. He has to get away from this Maokai.
No
Kang is
way.
buying him space. He's just going to press recall. There's no one in range. He's going to get away your way.
Oh, is he?
He's out of here.
Oh, Palette!
No, the handshake just in time. And now Slater picks up that kill.
Why did the bot lane of Team Secret not keep pressing? They could have gotten a plate there. That's so unfortunate. They should have read the situation in a way where they just keep on pushing again and punish them with a plate, because Slater and Palette invested absolutely everything to secure that kill there on Hero. Almost got away with it. He knows the limits of this champion. We have to stress again, this is one of the most prolific Aurelia players of the whole league, and I mean, this looked like complete insanity to me, but I mean, I have no idea about Aurelia.
He doesn't die immediately.
He used this W to not take as much damage from the tower. Look at this.
Yeah.
And then, how is that not in range? The cat! The cat just didn't catch him in time. So unlucky that Palette actually gets there. Flash Q.
Yeah, he flash. So you trade 1 for 1 and get the Renata flash. It's not the worst thing ever. It's not great because you did give Slater a kill.
I mean, it's definitely positive for Secret, but it could have been so much better.
Yeah, it's just a matter of... I mean, I'm just worried about 3 kills on Slater, on his Kai'Sa. Palette on Renata as well. He's really, really talented on this champion.
The team fights are starting to look kind of impossible for Secret, which is why I predicted GAM in this last game, because I think in the end, most games come down to team fights, and the better team fight composition wins. So how are you going to use your Aurelia into that composition, especially the Maokai and the Renata? But, I mean, hopefully they transition into the side lane. There is Hasmid into Jace. I don't think that's the... Oh, maybe you actually want this.
Maybe. Keep dodging Shock Blast. I don't really think you do ever win this.
Hasmid.
You don't have Party Barrel. He's got the fancy feet. On the other side of the map, we have a bit of a fight brewing. Oh, they have to walk through so many saplings. It's a good Leona ult, really setting everything up. They've got to walk through so much crap. The Zaya getting up in the air. Hero will go down, but he might have done just enough damage to trade 1 back. Team Secret do have the health bars. So teleport from Cardi called in. 4v4 around the objective.
Okay, it's a 1 for 1 on team fighting top laners. Both team fighting top lane champions going down. Probably slightly advantageous for the next team fight for Secret, but they are losing control of the bot side river. So this dragon is going to go over to GAM in trade for another Rift Herald. I'm not entirely sure if I agree with that choice, but just the non-confrontational way of just going for the top side objective while the enemy team is going for the bottom side.
Yeah, they're just going to do that little bit of a trade. Let's have a look at this replay. Hero does his best, but can't really convert anything here. It's a great turnaround by GAM.
So much time, but there's not enough follow-up damage. What did Zarya do to not follow up on this kill? So I think Eddie used his ult here to get more feathers, but then they flash away from the feather pool. So really unfortunate interaction there. Eddie has to flash after him to secure the kill, but this just buys too much time.
To be fair to Eddie, he actually altered to dodge the Renata ult, which I do think was that is actually pretty important. Yeah. So it was forced out of him. But that's the sort of why I think this Renata was such a good pick. Palette is very good on it. He's always been a very good Renata player. But everything that Team Secret does is they just kind of run in a straight line at you. And you just put the Renata ult on the same line.
Yeah, that's why it's so impossible to play... Oh, Slater. Oh, he doesn't get caught. But now he's stunned.
Yeah, they're doing what they can, but he gets away. Palette takes some damage. Eddie's so threatening.
Very strong. close to 2 items. They are building the same items, so this is kind of a race against each other to see who can complete the big item power spikes first. This is more impactful on Zarya, I'd say, but it's still a very big spike on the Kai'Sa as well. Going for the 80 Kai'Sa. Almost everyone now goes for the Navori Quickblade. Actually, this is the second part of the ADC itemization conversation, because I feel like everyone is just completely disregards IE, even on champions that can still build IE. For example, the Zeri, right? Before we had Zeri going either Navori or IE, now every single Zeri goes Navori. And it's like, IE actually got buffed after a while, so is it really that bad that no one can ever build it? If you don't go for Gale Force in the first place, maybe IE could just be an option, right?
Maybe. I think it's hard. Carty backing off, could sniff out a play coming. We've gone back to a little bit of a lull state. 1,000 gold in the favor of Team Secret.
The Jace is scaling up. Even though he was put under so much pressure and dived repeatedly, he's now on 2 items. He's getting very strong in the team fights. And yes, there are good tools on the enemy team to block the poke, right? The Leona can just press W, Gragas can just heal up, and Hero can press W as well. But still, after a while, the Jace poke is gonna get very annoying to deal.
Completely. The question really just comes down to is, can Hero be enabled in a side lane? We know he's a capable side laner, and he does play a lot of this Irelia, but will GAM ever actually allow him to side lane? And also, can Team Secret avoid just getting wiped out in the 4v4?
Very good question. I feel like it all comes down to, can Team Secret restrain themselves? Can they call off engages? Because this is one of the issues a lot of the VCS teams have. Old Saigon Buffalo had this all the time against GAM, where GAM is kind of the only team that can pull back engages in the VCS because they have the discipline. Everyone else sees an engage and goes for it all the time. And in this game, it's crucial to back off from engages because your kite back is actually super strong. You have Zarya, even Gragas is very strong at the kite back, and if Aurelia gets a little bit of time to auto attack, she can be quite threatening as well. So the way to win this game is Aurelia in the side lane, the 4 core looks scary, but actually doesn't ever go in, but just plays defensively. And then the Aurelia gets time. Oh, Eddie, what have you done?
Oh, Eddie's in so much trouble. Uses the ult to try and get away. Uses the flash, but doesn't go over the wall. That is an absolute disaster. And they're throwing 2 more kills into it. Hazmat's going to go down as well. Team Secret might have just lost the series.
Oh, Secret. What? Why? On the ward, way overextended. They get caught out. GAM immediately calls the engage, and that's Baron for GAM. I don't see a way out for Team Secret.
Disastrous, and this happens every time. Why do teams not hold their nerve against GAM?
So much pressure. It's so much hidden pressure against GAM as well. You know how insanely strong their record is. You know how strong the players are, how many titles every single one of them have. Literally all 5 players have VCS titles before. So there's so much pressure, and unfortunately Team Secret succumbs to the pressure there. They're still only 2k gold down, but considering they already had a really hard uphill battle.
I have to say, I think Taki, why are you Eing there?
I mean, why are you standing on top of the pink ward instead of clearing the pink ward first? What are you doing? You're in full vision of the enemy team.
This is just a poor play from both of the bot laners. I don't want to put it entirely on Eddie.
No, it's all of them.
What are you doing? You have no vision. You don't know where anyone is, and you're just throwing a Zenith Blade? Come on.
It's very sad to see. Let's see. Secret made some insane comeback plays the last game, made it close, so let's hope they can do it again.
They're going to try onto Levi, but he's tanky. Now they have to kite away. They get the teleport, though. So that's a decent extraction, but I don't think they can approach this dragon. I think they have to let GAM go to soul point.
Oh, it hits Eddie.
There's the Maokai ult going across. Right. Party Barrel's actually pretty good. Eddie dodges the Renata ult. Can they get Levi? They need one more auto attack. Just don't give him a kill. He rots down. That makes Dragon awkward. Kang alive
smart.
with the smite. Paulette, lovely handshake, stopping any engage. Husband will be able to get a slow, but doesn't have a party barrel. Kang goes over the wall. They get a stun in, but Eddie's going to go down. Kiaya has that killer instinct. He's got that dog in him and goes forward on the other side. Oh my God, look at them all. Just falling over like Skittles. Taki, the only one left, will go down. And this is why GAM win every single split.
It's just a top div from start to finish. This is Kiaya, and Jax. You can't let him just scale up because he's gonna do these things to you. I think it's time to spam the Jax copy pasta in chat because he just annihilated the whole enemy team. Eddie had no chance whatsoever against the E. Kiaya dived on top of him. He stayed alive as well. He was full auto-attacking the whole time, stacked lethal tempo. And I have to say, Eddie's aggressive ultimates today, especially in this game, have not been good. Imagine if he still has his ult available in the fight later. He can delay for 1.5 seconds, he gets another E pull on the Jax, but now he's so exposed, no one is peeling for him as they over-focus on killing Paulette. And now look at Kiaya, there he is, finds the angle. He literally jumped past 4 members to just get on top of the ADC. It's perfectly played from the top laner.
Yeah, it's fantastic play out of Kiaya, and he is a class act that we've always known he is.
Was getting ready to prove who the better NRG team is. Worlds.
No, I mean, that's a fun narrative. Let's just keep in mind that there is no actual conflict of interest. They have nothing to do with each other. I've seen a few people talking about that, but regardless, this has been a fantastic game from GAM. Slater has been magnificent. Kiaya has been perfect. His target selection has been incredible. He's picked up a Zhonya's as well. Really smart. Knows that he has to go straight into the backline against Eddie. Can just go gold. The feathers don't do anything to him.
And I think also a lot of credit has to go to Levi because he has been struggling on the match in the tank matchups, especially in this against Kyung today. Kyung looked like the better tank player, but this Maokai is having so much impact, and Kyung still is having a really good game, right? This Sejuani performance, he's once again ahead in CS. He had really strong team fights, really good target selection. But Levi is just blocking all the engages every single time, buying so much space, just dissuading the engages.
They're going to try and go in onto Levi again. They use absolutely everything, and he's just still alive. They might get him in the end. They do, but a 1-for-1 where you burn everything. I don't know if you can do that onto Levi. This is why Maokai was banned for 4 games.
You can really see that Aurelia is struggling with the team fight. She's just too squishy to make it happen. What was that?
They're trying something out. Husmed walking away, but look at that shock blast damage. Kiaya just walks at them.
There.
A lovely Everfrost to hold him up for just a moment. He doesn't care about towers. What are you talking about, Yulane?
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, apparently he got the old Jax back and can dodge tower shots now. Never even think about that, right? Well, Eddie is still kind of the one you have to look for the comeback. Potentially 4 items Zarya, 5 items Zarya, full damage. The enemy team oversteps, might be able to cut them down, but it's not looking great for him. He's now on 3 items. He at least can kill Levi pretty quickly now. But Kiaya still has Zhonya's. He still has Zhonya's. He has so much ability haste that he will get at least 2 E's off in one fight. And what is Zarya going to do about that? She's just gonna look at him in terror and not able to get him any lower. So someone else has to get the Jax away from the Zarya.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because he's actually really good against both major sources of damage. What can Hero do? It's the exact same thing. You just kind of look at him while he does the Jaxicopter.
Jax is just a really strong champion in this team, and especially now this late into the game. I'm kind of amazed that he's only sitting on 2 items, but his items are very expensive. He's building towards, I believe, another Shojin, so very aggressive build. Not a lot of HP to work with, but a lot of damage and so much cooldown reduction. And honestly, the E makes him tankier than any item that he can build, so just building for an E makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. They are going to find it engaged. Can they get the immediate one-shot onto Paulette? They can. Taki doing a lot in the backside. Eddie has to cleanse away that Renata ult. The Zonias from Kiaya has
that's
already been
two?
used. Party Barrel is fantastic. That's 2 now.
Wait a
Kiaya
second.
going low. Has that helicopter. Gets on top of Eddie. He doesn't have an ult to save himself. They're turning it around. Slater and Kiaya are just too strong. They are the monsters of the VCS, haunting our nightmares as Kiaya barrels down onto Taki, makes it an ace.
And can they push down the mid lane? They have a wave. They have really strong tower push with 2 attack
They're going to
speed
end the game
champions.
your way.
Yep.
They want to end the game. GAM once again. Even in a split where we say Wales can beat them, Secret can beat them, they can't. It is to GAM again, to finals, to worlds, to represent Vietnam in Korea, as they always are, as they always should be, and as they always will.
They were pushed today to the brink. They were so close to elimination. Not elimination, getting pushed down to the lower bracket. But in the end, it's GAM. They are so clutch. They know what to do. They know what to change for game number 4, for game number 5. And, well, their record holds strong. They went down 1 and 2, but they came back with vengeance. The most dominant game, coincidentally, no, maybe not so coincidentally, in game number 5, they broke Team Secret spirits, and maybe Team Secret also got a little bit too cute with some of the champions they picked. Game 4, Akali, backfired horribly. Game 5, Aurelia, 1 and 8. Well,
Yeah.
sometimes you just need to play standard.
Sometimes you do. And we're going to talk a lot about GAM, so I just want to briefly talk about Secret. I really do think Kung had an incredible series, played super consistently. Taki was amazing, even in this game. They dominated the bot lane. Like, in lane, they were smashing, and it was on the back of Taki. But we need to talk about GAM. They are locked into the finals, which means they are going to come top 2 in the league, which means they will go to Worlds. I think we can just bring Clockwork straight back in. Clockwork, GAM, what is your read on this team?
My read is that they're GAM, the same GAM that we've seen for the last 3 or 4 years. And even when someone walks up to them with the skill and with the strategies to take them on, it's still not enough. They're still not able to take the game 4s and the game 5s. Like, Secret was so close twice, and yet they couldn't pull it off. It was like mistakes. It was GAM punishing the mistakes, as they've always won during these last 3 years. And this seems to be the last inch that every team, like Buffalo, like SBDC, and now Team Secret, they're missing that one thing. And until they can find that same spark, GAM will just keep winning.
And it's so fascinating, especially coming into the rest of the players, coming into finals, where I expect this to be a rematch, because Secret has looked very competitive. No one was this close to GAM, ever. So I feel like Team Secret is the big favorite to come back and have another go. I think looking at the last 2 drafts is going to be very eye-opening for the side of Team Secret, or any other team, because GAM changed their approach entirely in the last 2 games. They went with 4 champions that they hadn't picked the whole series in the last game. The only returning champion was Jax. All the other champs completely new, out of nowhere. And you would expect, if a team does that in best of 5, and in a best of 5 that qualifies you to Worlds, that usually kind of spells desperation, or that you're kind of out of sorts, right? Okay, our strategy is not working, we need to find something different. And usually you're scrambled at this point, it's probably not going well. But instead, GAM has the most dominant game when they change 4 new champions in. So that is going to be so hard to crack for any other team in the finals, because do you look at the first 3 games and those drafts, or do you only look at the last 2 games? Do you have to keep everything in mind? Wow.
It's so hard. And part of the issue is just that Kiaya is really, really good at League of Legends. And I know that sort of we were a little bit on the I'll speak for myself. I was on the Team Secret hype train. I really wanted to see them win, just because I think they deserved it. And also, GAM was going to come through the lower bracket. They'll go to Worlds anyway, guys. Spoiler alert. They're getting there anyway. It's all right. But Kiaya is a player that me and you, Your Way, have followed for 4 years now. I think he's I think he's our favorite player. He's definitely mine. He was a freak in that last game. What a disgusting Jax performance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I love Kiaya. I think he's perpetually underrated, even though he's a 5-time champion and just the best top laner for like 3 years at least now, maybe even 4. And won as mid laner even. He was the hero before hero could even hero. So I mean, Kiaya is just a class act, and he can play all the different styles. He played on in the first series and the Malphite. He got Malphite ban here, and now just played Jax and completely annihilated them. He knows when to teamfight, how to position, how to play side lane. Okay, he died early this game, but who cares? In the end, he was so impactful, and I mean, in the end, it comes down to just having such a huge advantage in one position every single game. More often than not, you're gonna win.
100%. And like, look, it's easy to rag on Hazmed. I don't really want to dwell on that. He didn't have a good series. Whatever. It happens. It's sad to see. But I really want to focus on GAM. I really want to focus on the positives because Carty kind of getting owned in game 3. I think that's fair to say. Carty's very much getting owned in game 3. Sort of came back in game 4, actually looked pretty good. And then in game 5 looked fantastic.
Yeah, despite having a lot of bones thrown to him by Team Secret, they were trying to make his game as hard as possible. But he held fast. He could keep his lane together and still be relevant in all parts of the game. And this is what like a mid lane that you need in the VCS. You are going to be ganked very often, and you need to keep yourself afoot. This is why GAM works. Okay, they're like. Their solo lanes never fall down. You need to really put everyone in one single lane in order to make them have a bad game, and then the rest of the map will take over if you do that. And Kati exactly does that. We have seen it also in the game with LeBlanc. You really need to put everything down the sinkhole in order to make him struggle. Otherwise, he will still be in the team fight. He will still be relevant. He will still put the damage or the crowd control or whatever his control mages do. It's really hard to pick a target in this GAM composition when everyone plays so well.
And I think even though they walk away with the victory here and go to the finals, go to Worlds, there are massive question marks regarding this team now. And they have kind of limped to a few championships now. They looked really the worst they've ever looked at MSI. They literally lost to LLA. I mean, we have not forgiven them yet that blunder. So I mean, there's still a lot of things you have to think critically about with this GAM team. Bot lane essentially got annihilated in almost all the games. They consistently got out traded. I think game 1 they were maybe a bit better, but in most of the other games, Taki always found angles on top of Slater. We have big question marks about Carty's champion pool. Yes, he pulled it together in game 4 and 5, but game 4 and 5, you need to reach that. And internationally, if you play like that in the first 3 games, you're not going to reach game 4 and 5, so it doesn't even matter. Then also some questions about Levi. I think he stepped up at the latter half of the games, game 3, 4, 5, he was way better. I mean, the slow start is really concerning, I feel.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Levi, I think he'll find it. He performs internationally, typically. I think Levi, he typically steps up. He knows what he's doing. I don't think the pressure of international gets to him. And I think that's true of Kiaya as well, from what we've seen. Like, obviously, it's a bit different with Kiaya because you look at him at international and it's like, oh, he looks so much worse than when he's in the VCS. It's like, well, yeah, man, look who he's playing against. Of course he looks worse. Of course. Carty's the international big question. He always has been. He falls apart internationally. It's been the problem with GAM. It's why MSI was such a disaster. He was shocking. He looked a lot better in game 4 and 5. That Syndra game in particular, he was fantastic. I think he's the one to keep an eye on looking internationally and looking in the finals. If they can enable him and get that, whatever that mental block is, if they can deal with that, I think GAM look really threatening. The other question is, and you kind of brought it up, is the bot lane. They died 2v2 a lot. Like, Taki, we know, look, Taki's the best support in the world, all right? But imagine, you do go up against, like, the caliber of someone like Gumayushi and Carrier. They've done that. Like, Taki could beat them. Taki beat that lane. But can Slater?
Yeah, the competition is going to be also like Ruler and, I don't know, Hansama. If you die to Eddie, the chances are that you are also going to die to Ruler. Very likely. So
Probably.
there's some things to address now. They still have 1 week, I think, before the finals, so they can prepare and fix all their mistakes. And then there's like a month of boot camp, so they have time. Still, we don't want to see such mistakes, such overreaches in the bot lane in the finals and at Worlds, even less.
Weirdly enough, they actually have 2 weeks now. So there's a lot of off time because next week we only play the conclusion of the lower bracket, and then in 2 weeks on Saturday, the 9th, I believe, we have the final, where GAM is now waiting, of course, but that is a lot of downtime, and not a lot of teams are going to scrim. Luckily, they're in Vietnam, so they can scrim some, maybe even Asian game teams or some CL Challenger or whatever, so there should be teams available, right? PCS teams, I'm not sure. PCS is not going to go on for much longer, but yeah, there are going to be some teams they can scrim, but that's a lot of downtime. And you're coming in cold after this cold start, very slow start today. That might actually be a big disadvantage for GAM in the final.
I agree. I think 2 weeks is too long. I think that's crazy.
Too long.
That's insane to me. I think if I was doing it, I'd say next week on Friday you play the lower brackets, on Sunday you play the final. That's the punishment. If you're in the lower bracket, you only get a day off. Like, you don't get a week. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
It's interesting because I actually think it goes from it's just straight up a disadvantage to win this series. If your only focus is winning VCS, obviously locking in Worlds is completely worth it. But if your only focus was winning the Shield, like I just want another series. I don't want 2 weeks off. I want 1 week. 1 week I need. I don't need 2. But yeah, regardless, they are locked into the final. I mean, how many in a row is it for GAM? How many splits have we had since 2020, if we don't include winter?
Yeah, they've been in every single final, but even when they lost, they were in the final. They have been in every single final since summer 2019. So, summer 19, 2022. That's the 9th final in a row. 9 finals in a row.
Point, there's not even a point in counting anymore. Why do we count them anymore at this point?
Yeah, we're not watching the VCS. We're watching the VGS. It's the Vietnamese GAM series. It just is. Like, they are so unbelievably dominant in terms of at least making it to the final. And honestly, if it wasn't for like 1 or 2 teams, they would be looking at like similar to how DFM has just locked in just the most ridiculous dominance of the LJL. It's like 2020 Flash and that one Mickey Mouse split by Cerberus. That's like all that stands between GAM and that level of dominance.
Yep.
But regardless, with that, our time has come to an end. We will be saying goodnight. GAM have booked their tickets to South Korea. We have Team Secret taking on Team Wales in the lower bracket final for who will join them and who will take on GAM in the finals.
No, actually,
I
think it's Team Wales against Saigon Buffalo and the winner against Secret. It's 2 series.
Oh, you're completely right. It is 2 series. You are completely correct. It's going to be Team Secret versus Team Wales in the lower bracket finals. Anyway, my name's Carrot. With me has been Your Way and the lovely Clockwork. We will be back next week. See you then.
Bye.